Lies fighting for the truth, lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free. The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains.
Enjoying being a hashtag, Mr. Fogus?
It is what it is.
All right. Anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors out?
No, Judge, but typically I don't know if you mentioned this to the jurors, typically you do instruct them about if they see us out in public, not to speak to us and all of that. I don't know if that was communicated this time.
I told y'all ran into someone in the elevator. All right, yeah, I'll tell them.
Thank you.
All right, anything, Mr. Ray?
Just one thing, Judge. We have Nicole Nicholson. She's an employee with our office. We're asking that she be excluded from your sequestration order to assist us. She's on the witness list. She could possibly testify.
We highly concern.
The
All right.
state doesn't object.
Okay. All right, no problem. All right, do we need to wait on Mr. Weaver to bring them out, or
No, you
you're
can go
good? All right, go ahead and bring our jurors out. I got a couple things to talk to them about as well. So. All right, my two jurors on the end there. Let the bailiffs get the chair for you, because, I don't want you. We had an issue, I think, yesterday where one of y'all just tried to get in the camera line by reaching over and grabbing your chair. So if y'all will stay out of that. Y'all shuffled up a little bit, didn't you? All right. So y'all have, we're going to tick that box on our grand social experiment in which we see who stays in their seats or not. All right, a couple of things to discuss with y'all. I told y'all again, wear your badges and everything. If you happen to, we don't have secure elevators from the rest of the building, so there's a chance you may share an elevator with one of the lawyers. If that happens, that's okay. They want to make sure that you don't hold it against them if they cower away from you and don't say good morning, and vice versa. So I think that may have happened with with one of the prosecutors. Again, that's not an issue. Just make sure that y'all don't talk about anything, or but usually the lawyers don't want y'all to hold it against them if there aren't, your normal pleasantries exchange when you bump into somebody in the hallway. Also, I've talked to Miss Baker and the court administrator about getting lunch for y'all. My plan at the moment is for us to do that maybe every other day, starting tomorrow and Friday. And y'all do lunch on your own today and Thursday, and then we can kind of chat about it on Friday and whether y'all want to eat in every day or not. My thought, if we do it on Friday, that we might maybe break a little early instead of going till 5:30. Again, that'll just depend on the witnesses, but we'll kind of see what y'all think about that as we go. All right, anything else we need to take up before we get started, Mr. Fogus?
No mistake on it.
All right, go ahead and bring in your next witness.
Police and Court Counsel, this time the state calls Lee Stewart, Lieutenant Stewart. you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Put your hand down, go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. We're going to be there for a while. No, Judge, we can
We
move.
were talking about moving it to the hallway yesterday, but we can do that later, but just move it out of the way for now and put it up against the wall. And we'll have a bailiff move it later.
Please state your full name for the record, if you would.
Lieutenant Lee Stewart,
Where do you work?
currently employed with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
And currently, what are your main duties that you do?
So currently, I'm one of the assistant division commanders in the Court Services Division. I'm assigned as a crime scene technician on the crime scene response unit, and I'm also in charge of our motor unit for the Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been policing?
Since March 23rd of 1998, so roughly 26 and a half years.
You started in 1998?
Yes, sir.
Did you come out of high school, or how'd you get involved? Where'd you go? Was it high school, into law enforcement, college, or something like
No,
that?
sir. High school directly into the Marine Corps, and then I enlisted in the Marine Corps Reserves, and then I started law enforcement because I needed a job. So, and I've been here ever since.
What attracted you to be a law enforcement officer?
A family friend of ours who was the sheriff down in Alachua County, Florida years ago, I really looked up to, and I thought that listening to his stories that this would be a fun job to get into.
Where'd you go to police academy at?
I went to back when I went, it was just behind Kennesaw Mountain. It was in Georgia.
Was that where you drove every day, or did y'all spend the night and stay over?
No, we drove. I mean, we drove every day. The only time that we stayed anywhere was when we had to go down to the training center down in Forsyth for firearms qualifications or like EVOT for driving instructor, stuff like that. But other than that, we drove back and forth every day.
And how long was the training that you did for that?
I don't remember what it was back then. It was like 11 or 12 weeks.
And when did you do any type of specialized training in the academy, or was it just the basic training?
The academy was just basic training.
All right, were you pepper sprayed in the academy?
We were I think we were pepper sprayed at the sheriff's office before we actually went to the academy.
Been tased too?
I didn't get tased until probably 7-8 years ago, but
Would you rather be pepper sprayed or tased?
tased.
I'm always interested in that question with officers. When you're in the academy, you just get basic information. Once you get out, explain to the jury, if you would, what FTO is, or how do you get on-the-job training?
So with policing, how you get on the job training is at each division that you go to, you get assigned a training officer. So I started in the jail, so I was assigned to a detention training officer for I don't remember how many weeks that was, but it was probably 6-8 weeks. And I went to several different ones and learned the different shifts and what happened on different shifts. And then you work that position, and then there's continuing on-the-job training that the state requires. We get so many hours a year of training. And then when I moved from patrol or the jail to patrol, then I had to go through a 12-week FTO training process. And then there's still once you get done, the state requires other training that you're required to take every year on top of it. And so there's an FTO process for everything that you go through on top of, like, there's specialized training classes you can take and whatnot, depending on how you want to gear your career.
So you started in the jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then from that, did you go to, is it uniform patrol, is that what we call it?
Yeah, I spent roughly 23 months in the jail, and then about 20 and a half years on patrol before being assigned here.
In the jail, do you get used to talking with people, meeting with people, seeing people with different worldviews and cultures?
Yes.
Then when you get out on the road and you're on patrol, how is that assigned? Are you assigned to a certain area, or what do you do?
So back when I came to the road years ago, there was only 3 precincts. I think we have 6 total now. So they're doing it a little differently now. But so basically, when I came to the road, I trained at several different precincts. With several different FTOs. Now they try to keep people with the same 26 and a half.
How has the county changed in those years?
I mean, the population is growing leaps and bounds from, I grew up here, so from when I was a kid to now, the population has just grown leaps and bounds from what it used to be.
How's the sheriff's office changed when it comes to the size? How many officers did you have when you began, and what do we have now?
I mean, I can give you a guess. I mean, I can't give you an accurate number, but
That'll work. Let's go. with that.
I would say when I got hired in '98, there was probably 100 total employees, and I think now we're allotted for roughly 400 plus officers now sworn.
The sheriff here is Sheriff Reynolds, a full service sheriff's office, does everything.
Yes, sir, we are.
Are there standards that the sheriff imposes on his officers?
Yes.
Is it a professional organization? In professional in the sense that there's always ongoing training and
Yes.
people or accountability, things like that?
Yes, absolutely.
If you would, after you get done doing patrol, at some point did you get involved in doing investigations or get a desire to do anything else?
Yeah, so I've always kind of had an interest in investigations, but I also love being in patrol. So while I was on patrol, there was a posting that came available for the crime scene unit, being on the crime scene response unit, and I applied for that position. It was an extra duty. I applied for that position, went through the interview process for it, kind of a practical, and was one of the ones that got selected. And then obviously, just being selected alone, to become a crime scene tech, I want to say it's like 240 hours of thereabouts of required classes you have to take through the state to become a certified crime scene technician.
I want to talk to you a little bit about training, and I'm going to ask you about specialized training for what I call the CSI.
Okay.
Every year, again, if you're an officer and you work for the sheriff, how many hours does the state require training, and how many hours do y'all actually get training?
So the state requires, all the state requires is 20 hours, and then there's certain classes that the state requires you to take. The sheriff's office that obviously wants more hours than that.
But how many do you get a year, you think?
It depends on the year. When I was going to school working on my master's degree, part of that applied towards post-training. So that in those years I got several hundred hours of training on top of my departmental training and stuff. So I mean, it could be anywhere from, it ranges year to year, 50, 60 hours to 200 hours. It just varies.
And what kind of education degrees do you have now?
I hold a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
Okay, what are those in?
The bachelor's degree is in organizational management and leadership, and the master's degree is in public administration, so basically government management.
Explain to the jurors, if you would, the difference between just an investigator like in CID that's actually a detective, if you would, and then how that is different from someone that does crime scene response or CSI, as I call it.
Okay. So on smaller cases, detectives they'll do the evidence collection and the interviews and stuff like that. On larger scale cases, especially when there's a lot of evidence collection and processing that needs to be involved, they get us involved. And basically that allows them time to focus on chasing leads, interviewing suspects, stuff of that nature, while we're there to, they tell us, hey, I want you to process this area over here, whatever, and then we go back and we do it, and we look for whatever evidence that is available to be found.
Kind of distinguish between a lead detective or just a detective or investigator in a case and crime scene. So you're not involved in kind of interviewing people and just talking to them?
No.
Your focus is more on the actual physical place or evidence?
The place, the persons, crime scenes can be persons, places, things, whatever. So you're focused on the crime scene and the evidence collection aspect of it, not, interviewing suspects or talking to people outside of, like the case detective, right, stuff like that.
Oftentimes we talk about a crime scene. In our line of work, we talk about it's more than just one thing. It could be a place, it could be the victim, it could be the defendant, it could be a certain area that's
correct.
Out. And when you are, can anybody just today in the sheriff's office say, hey, I want to be a crime scene response or CSI investigator? Can they do that, or how does that work?
They can, obviously. As anything, we need to grow accordingly with this, as the county grows. But so when people become new crime scene investigators, there's a process that they have to go through. So there's 240 hours of, I think it's 240, don't quote me, but it's mid 200s of training. There's 7 classes that you're required to take, and then also there's a OJT process that you have to go through as well that's required by the state. So
You're going to have to tell us what OJT is.
On the job training, sorry.
Gotcha.
So, for example, so when I came onto the unit, I was selected for the unit before I had finished all my crime scene classes. So I was not an actual crime scene technician. So, but I was assigned to somebody who was a certified crime scene technician. So when I first got on the unit, I was assigned to, he's now not longer with our agency with school police, but he was a Sergeant Chris Shaw. And so anytime Chris got called out, I got called out. So basically, Chris was showing me how the processes work, showing me how to do things, showing me how to properly collect evidence as a crime scene. I got to, we call it holding the dummy end of the tape measure. I got to hold the non-smart end of the tape measure so I could learn how things would. And I'd be scribing and taking notes and that kind of stuff and learning the process. So basically training on the job. And I think the state requires actually 40 hours of on-the-job training before you can actually get your certificate, even if you've taken all your classes.
As a crime scene technician, what are the basic things in your toolbox that separates you from other people? When you get in this job and you're, as in this case, what are some of the things that you have in your toolbox that you use on a scene?
So certain classes, I mean, you mean talk about like the required classes that are
the
taken
things that you're looking for to do.
to get the certification?
Or what I'm interested in is when you go to a scene and you're like, okay, I have to process the scene. And toolbox is metaphorical. What things do you actually start doing? And as a crime scene, what are the basic things you're doing, like taking photographs?
Okay, I got you now. Sorry. Like so the first thing that you do when you go to a scene is, as a crime scene investigator, you meet with the lead detective, right? So, and I say that because we want to know what kind of evidence we're looking for. So, if I'm gonna, if I don't know, am I going to process a car for, is it a stolen car? Am I going to look for a gun? Am I looking for a knife? Am I looking for a baseball bat? I need to know what I'm looking for. I can't just go at it blind. So first thing I do is I meet with the case detective and say, hey, what you got? What's going on? I'll make some general notes. And then before I do anything after that, I'll walk through the scene, sometimes by myself, sometimes with the case detective, depending on how complex the scene is, and get kind of an idea of what I'm doing. Because after that, the first thing you do is you take photographs, because you want to properly document the scene as you found it, right? And I don't want to be stepping in the middle of evidence that I should be collecting or kicking stuff out of the way that I didn't see originally. So I want to try to get a basis of what I'm looking at before I start doing anything. And then sometimes before I take pictures, let's say that I look up and it's going to rain, and there's evidence like outside that could deteriorate based off weather, like blood or DNA or whatever. I might kind of go out of sequence and grab that first and put it away so that I can protect the evidence accordingly. But typically the first thing you do is photograph, and then once you photograph, then you start collecting your evidence. It depends on circumstances of what you collect first, whether it's your biological evidence or other things. Because you have to have a kind of a process where you systematically go through the house or the outside or wherever you're going, because otherwise stuff gets missed.
How many at the time, so turn your attention back to the case in July 2018, how many officers, whether it's certified, have arrest powers, or people that just work in CSI, how many did we have in the sheriff's office at that time that were kind of involved in this case?
I mean, I couldn't even give you an answer. I mean, I would say most of our criminal investigations division was out there. I think most, if not all, of the crime scene technicians were out there.
Was this a all hands on deck call at some point?
Pretty much.
I remember talking to you about this case. You remember how tired you were working that scene?
It was a long time we were out there.
Tell the jury about how many hours y'all were putting in, what y'all were doing.
So for me, I know that I'd worked the day of on patrol, because when I was on patrol, I was also a crime scene technician as well. So I was carrying double duty. And as soon as I was called by our Chris Shaw, and he said, hey, I'm going to need you when you get done with work. So when I got done with work, I changed clothes, because this is not something that you want to, walk around a crime scene, and it's not easy to move around. Went out there and I helped. We worked most of the night, collecting evidence, taking pictures, and then obviously there comes a point where you've got to take a break. So we took a break. We went home for several hours, and then the scene was held, and then we came back the following day and continued on. So we were out there a long time. I can't give you an exact number of hours, but we were out there
That's fair.
quite a while.
You said the scene was contained. Talk to the jury about when law enforcement first comes to a scene. At some point, when they realize they're investigating, do they do anything to maintain the scene or secure it?
Yeah. So depends on the scene. So if the scene is per se in this room and I can see everything and there's nothing real big, we may not crime scene tape it off, right? But we're going to have somebody in the room with a crime scene log. So at that point, once we realize it's become a crime scene, everybody that comes in and out of that scene is logged on a log. So like if say that I'm in charge of the crime scene log, I would be like, Lee Stewart in 7 o'clock, reason in, crime scene processing, out at 3 o'clock, back in at 2 o'clock, out at whatever. So that keeps a registered log of who's in and out of the scene. Also, technology-wise, we do have a CAD system through the sheriff's office that, like, for instance, if I call out on a scene, it logs me in the computer. So it says that I was out there at X time, or I was out there at Y time. I left at Y time. But the crime scene log is really your most accurate representation of when people are in and out.
So, Lieutenant, are you a country boy or a city boy?
I'm from the country.
All right. Know things about tractors and farm work and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you use your common sense and things like that in your job too?
I try to.
And when you, how would you describe this farm, 2511 Purcell Lane? How would you describe it in your own terms? What kind of property is it? What's it like?
I mean, it was an extremely nice home and small farm. It was a nice. I mean, obviously it was set up for equestrian stuff because there was a barn, there was chicken houses. I mean, it was just a small kind of do-it-yourself type farm.
Kind of a blue-collar farm or more of a hobby farm?
I guess that.
A little combination?
A little combination of both, probably.
When you were at the scene and you arrived, I guess Chris Shaw, was he the lead CSI person?
I would assume. So,
and you had other people, Melanie Thrasher, William Ballard.
Yeah, we were all out there.
Tell the jury when you got there, was there delegation of duties or assignments or tasks for your response team?
Yeah, so typically, on a scene like we're talking about right now, it can be large because you don't know what you're looking for. So basically, it's a lot for one person. So it might be you go over here, you go over here, you go over here, you go over here. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. Because if not, one person can get overwhelmed. So it's easy if you break it up into individual. It's like anything, you break it up into individual duties, and it makes it everybody's more mission focused instead of all over the place. If that makes sense.
When you arrived, so I want to turn your attention now to July 5th, 2018. It was a Thursday. Do you remember about what time you got there?
I don't. I mean, I know it was after I got off work. So typically on a patrol, our shifts were 5:30 to 6, so it was sometime in the afternoon.
And when you arrived, just about how many people do you remember seeing there when it comes to emergency personnel or law enforcement? The number I was not going to give you is going to be accurate, but I would say there was at least 20, 25 people there at a minimum. And when you came to the property, where did you go to first? What were you doing?
I don't remember exactly where I met, but I remember I went up and I met with the other crime scene personnel on scene and was directed to. I was given my initial task of what they wanted me to help with.
If I have your time down, y'all use military time. Make sure that's right. 17:12.
5:12. Yeah.
Is that about an accurate time? You think around that time you got there?
Probably, yes.
So when you get there, what is the first thing that you are tasked with doing?
So the first kind of thing that I was tasked with doing was processing a Kubota tractor that was parked over next to the barn.
And we're going to get into the pictures, things like that. But just to cut to the chase, did you get any samples for blood from the tractor?
I did, sir.
Now this is a tractor, and there's an RTV there too. Is that right?
Yes, sir. There was.
But we're talking about the Kubota tractor.
It's a mid-sized farm tractor, no cab, with a loader on it.
What kind of tractor you have?
I've got two. I've got a New Holland 6635 and an LS MT122.
Now, Kubota tractors, those are they nice tractors?
They are.
Are they easy to drive, this type of tractor?
I mean, I think they are, but
What size of a tractor is it compared to a regular tractor on a farm?
I don't remember the exact size of, like, the horsepower and all that stuff of the tractor. I would have to look at a picture to tell you, but
We'll get those.
but it was an adequate tractor for, in my opinion, for what they were doing.
And on this tractor, so I want to make sure we get this. If you were stepping up, if you're sitting on the, if you would, if I was driving the tractor, sitting in the driver's seat.
Correct.
So this is left side, right side from where I'm sitting in the
Correct.
Driver's seat. So on the left side, there's a footstep. Did you take some swabbings from blood there?
I did, sir.
And did you follow your procedure and how you did all that swabbings?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you properly seal it, bag it, package it, send it to the sheriff's office, and then it was sent off to the GBI?
Correct.
And was that the blood that came back on the foot there, on that step?
You talking about the one that was tested that returned? Yes.
Yes. Did you check for any other type of evidence on the tractor?
Yes, so I also took touch DNA. I did 9 touch DNA swabs in various locations around the controls of the tractor. So the steering wheel, the examples of the steering wheel, the shifter, the lever that controls the loader on the tractor, stuff like that. I took where people would commonly touch. I took touch DNA swabs.
Blood on the step of the tractor.
Yes, sir.
And then I think, did you help, you were working at times, helping, assisting, watching, being present when the other crime scene technicians did things?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Ballard, who is that?
So Lieutenant Ballard, he is actually the lieutenant over the crime scene unit. So he's assigned to CID as a department head. So under CID, there's several department heads. So prime example, and I may get the names wrong, but we have white collar, we have, general crimes, we have major crimes, that stuff. So what they do is they have them broken down into sections, and there's a lieutenant over each section. So he's the lieutenant over, I'm not sure what he does. He's over the crime scene unit and another section. So we're also a duty he has.
Very good guy, very smart guy. You like
Yes,
working with him?
I do.
He may not testify because y'all were other people were with him at the time, but
Correct.
Is he over the crime scene?
He is, sir.
Yeah, very, very good guy. Like working with him. Now, when he was spraying the Kubota, the RTV, he was using something called Blue Star. What is Blue Star?
So Blue Star is a chemical that's designed to enhance specimens of blood or where we think blood may be. And when you spray it on, like you would any kind of household chemical or cleaner or whatever, it's out of a spray bottle. You spray it on, and when you spray it on, it fluoresces.
So it's a technique you use, a chemical you use to see if there's blood present.
Yes.
Now, when Blue Star, can it interact or react to other things besides blood?
Yeah, so Blue Star is designed to react to blood of a mammal, humans, other mammals. But also it's designed, it will react to, because what it's reacting to is the iron in the blood. And it will also react to iron as well, but if it's just straight iron and not blood, it will show differently, basically.
So mammalian blood.
Yes.
And mammal blood.
So if it's just a sample of iron, it'll flash real quick and go away typically. If it's a sample of blood, it'll flash and stay for a period of time and slowly, I guess the illumination will slowly go away.
So let me go back to that. So if you spray it and it's not blood, it pops?
It'll pop real quick and go away.
Okay, but if it is blood, mammalian blood, mammal blood.
Correct. It'll stay, and it won't stay forever. You've got to, you basically have to be set up ready to photo it when you do it, but you got 30, 45 seconds for it to kind of stay up, and it kind of just slowly the fluorescence will slowly dissipate.
And when you were with Lieutenant Ballard and y'all were processing the RTV, it too is a Kubota?
Yes, it's a Kubota RTV, which is it's a side-by-side, like a Polaris Ranger or a Kawasaki Mule or whatever. It's a side-by-side used by construction workers, people working on farms, stuff like that.
The lever for the hydraulic dump bed in the dash area, when it was Blue Star, did it fluoresce?
It did.
When you went over the tractor, the dash area, did it also fluoresce?
Give me just a second. Let me look back at my report for a minute. I don't remember. I haven't. In my report it says that the step did, but I don't remember the
Okay.
dash. I'd have to look at photos.
It's all right. So the lever for the hydraulic dump, the bed, and the step did indicate presence of blood.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you're processing the house. Did you go into the to the actual inside of the house at all and help out?
Yes.
And I think there were some things you were looking. What things there did you notice?
At what point?
Well, let me go back to the. So I think you were there on the 5th, and y'all it was when you processed the tractor and the RTV. Is that right?
The tractor and the RTV and I took photographs of the barn and whatnot.
Right. Lots of photographs. We're going to see those.
Okay.
And then, did you come back on July 6th, which is Friday, the next day?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I think you probably went to the house in the basement at some point.
I did.
What did you notice down there?
So I went in there and assisted Sergeant Carter while we collected and helped him collect some evidence. We collected samples of hair that was on a wall. We collected various other things, and then I was tasked to process several garbage cans that were in the downstairs office in the house.
When you processed the garbage can, I believe it's the trash can out of Gary's office in the basement. Do you remember what was anything in particular that was in there broken?
Yes. So you want me to tell you everything that was in the can, or just the broken items that were in there?
Go ahead.
So in the can there was cigarette packs, food, leftover food, papers. There was also a broken plate that was in there. It was all taken, and when we process stuff like that, we take it. I had to take it out and lay it out because I have to photograph it all. So I took it out, placed out a tarp to keep it to where I could lay it all out and take a picture and photograph the whole thing.
Sometimes when I go to a crime scene, I stick my hands in my pocket and just kind of let the scene talk to me. You know, what's there and what does that mean? Do you look for evidence to see where you can take an inference and say, okay, I see this evidence, this probably means this? You ever do that?
I mean, sometimes, but what we typically do is we give information we find to the detectives because they're the ones that have been talking to people. You know, we say this is possible, this may not be possible, this is the evidence we found. You know, and then they basically put it together with their statements and people that they've interviewed and whatnot like that.
Yeah, Gary Farris was dead on the day that you went out there and processed that, but in his trash can, was there any indication whether or not he liked Mountain Dew?
Yes, there was a plethora of Mountain Dew cans.
Lots of them?
Yes.
Did you also help process some, I guess, some shoes and a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
At one point, we were kind of coming through the master bed. I would assume the master bedroom in the house, or in a study, and in the closet in that bedroom, there was a red color shirt that had several stains on it, which was photographed, and then there was also several pairs of shoes that I think one was a teal colored pair of shoes, and the other one was multicolored pair of shoes. They were in the same closet, and both of them had stains on them, which were tested, and obviously I photographed the shoes.
Did you find anything that was consistent with soot or ash or anything like that?
So on the red shirt that I photographed, I noticed a black stain. I believe it was on the back, down around the bottom, and it had the appearance of ash or soot.
And then someone else was processed that?
I'm assuming yes.
And the garbage can, did you think there was possible blood on that, or did you
I
just
did.
try to take some samples?
So that on one of the garbage cans downstairs, I noticed two reddish brown stains, and at the time, based on the scene, I assumed that they may be blood based off the color. So I did collect them so that they could be tested to see if they were in fact blood.
The parts that stipulate to the GBI reports, those are going to come in, but do you even know what the results are on some of those?
Not on all of them, no.
And it is what it is, and we'll bring those in. We've stipulated to those, but everything that you process, the tractor, the RTV, helping with that, the cans, the garbage cans, the swabbings from those and everything else, did you properly follow your procedures to bag those maintain those and make sure that they got to the GDI properly for testing.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever go over to the barn and check out the barn and see if you find any evidence over there?
So I believe it was the second day. Let me just verify.
I know you say the 6th, if that's right.
The 6th, yeah. When I went back out there, I was asked to do a walkthrough of the barn with the detective. So basically, I walked through with one of the detectives, and I had my camera on my neck, and basically we were checking each other. So we walked through. Does he see something else? Oh, based off how the investigation is moving. Now I need this as evidence. Now I need this as evidence. Now I need this as evidence. So then we start taking more photographs and start documenting more things. And if we need to collect something else, we collect it.
At that point, what did you know about a gun being involved, or what was your mindset, your present sense of impression at that time of what was going on involving a gun?
I knew we were potentially looking for a smaller caliber handgun of some kind.
When did you know about the bullet in the rib?
When?
Do you remember?
I want to say it was I can't remember. I know it was either late the first night or early the next morning, but I think it was the first night.
When you arrived, was the bullet found yet in the ribs, or was that after?
I can't recall an exact timeline.
But is it fair to say most of your investigation, while you're processing the scene, you were investigating a murder?
Yes.
Or investigating a crime, I guess I should say.
Yes.
I didn't know if when you first arrived, if you thought it was an accident, someone had a heart attack, or were you actually, it was an investigation?
In a situation like this, obviously you assume the worst and hope for the best.
Sure. And you've worked with law enforcement officers a long time.
Yes.
Gallows humor sometimes. They can work things off, or they're cynical at times.
Correct.
Do y'all begin with, oftentimes there's a theory, or maybe there's a crime and you work it until it stops? In other words, there's no more evidence?
I would say that's fair and accurate.
And in this case, when you were doing your task in that, were you just focused on what you were assigned to do and try to find any type of evidence?
So I hope this answers your question. So, like, prime example, when I was tasked to do the tractor, I was looking for any evidence I could find on the tractor, whether it be blood or any other substance that would indicate any sort of a criminal offense or other explanation. So does that help? So
Sure.
So basically we're kind of, so when we get there, we're kind of geared. We talk to the detective. Hey, what are you looking for? What do you need? And then that kind of gears us in the direction of what we're looking.
And then you independently at times can just follow the scene where it goes?
Correct.
Now, when you went into the barn, did you find a gun?
Yes, we found a 32 caliber. I think it was a 32 caliber firearm, revolver.
Now, does Cherokee County have many murders per year? Do y'all respond to a lot of murders or not really?
Not really.
So,
comparative to other surrounding, more metro jurisdictions, no.
So not a lot of major violent
No.
crimes. Had you worked a case like this in a burning or something? Was this the first time?
This was the first time.
And would you, for most of the other officers, the same thing was true too?
I would assume. I don't know the other crime scene technicians' training and experience, but I would assume it was,
So when you're working a case and there's a bullet in someone's ribs that's been burned, why are you interested in finding a gun?
Because at that point, I believe a reasonable and prudent person would believe that there was some kind of foul play.
And when you found this gun, what did you notice about the gun? First of all, where was it at? What type of gun was it, and what did you notice about it?
It was a 32 caliber revolver. It appeared to be old. I believe it was in a cabinet in the barn, kind of off the tack, like a tack room, I believe. And obviously, the first thing, one of the first things we do is we photograph it, and then obviously we inspect it to see if there's any rounds that have been fired or anything in it. And that's easy with a revolver recently because you can open the cylinder and look, and you can look at the primers on all of them. And none of the primers in that weapon that were loaded in the weapon had been fired. So it was photographed and left in place.
So it did not appear to be recently fired.
No.
How about the ammunition? Was the ammunition accounted for?
I mean, I remember taking pictures of lots of different ammunition for different caliber firearms.
But didn't see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
No blood, no dirty, no moved, or anything that looks like it was recently used in any way?
Didn't appear to be to me, no.
All right, tell the jury, if you would, are you a gun guy?
I am.
Like guns?
I mean, I'm not an expert, but I mean, I like
Sure.
guns. I like to shoot,
You have more common knowledge. You think somebody doesn't use guns?
probably.
I'm not going to ask you how many guns you own because I wouldn't want you to ask me how many I own. But what is the difference between, say, a 32 and a 38 and a 357?
Size.
And what do you mean by
Size,
that?
speed, weight of the cartridge.
All right, for people that don't know, let me just start on this side, going from small to large. 22,
Mm-hmm.
then you step over a 32
Yep.
bullet, then a 38,
Yep.
357.
Correct.
All right. Can those be shot in a revolver?
Yes.
And they're usually in revolvers?
Yes.
What's a 380 and a 9 though?
Typically, 380s and 9mm are
The short nine, as we
they're
call it.
semi-automatic. They're not revolvers. They hold magazines with 7, 10, 15 rounds typically.
And cowboy gun is kind of what the revolver is, has that cylinder.
Correct.
And don't get upset with me when I say this, but oftentimes people say with a semi-automatic, it has a clip in it. I know it's a magazine, not supposed to have a
Right.
clip, but that's where you put the magazine
Correct.
and charge it, rack it.
Correct.
And a 32 is the most commonly used in a revolver.
As far as I know, but I mean, there could be something else out there. But as far as I know, it's typically a revolver.
How about a 38 special? Can it be shot out like a 357 or a 44 or something like that?
Yes.
So it's small enough to go through the bigger barrel.
So I have a 357.
What brand you got?
Ruger SP 101.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times if I'm just target practicing, I'll shoot 38 ball ammo out of it because you can't go the other way, but because it's cheaper and it has less recoil and it's just fun to shoot. Now you can't put a 357 in a 38; it won't work. But you can go backwards.
Okay, so you can go up, you just can't go down.
Right.
You know how many pictures you took?
I have no idea.
Have you had an opportunity to meet with me probably too many times and look at your photographs?
Yeah, we've looked through quite a few photographs.
All right, I'm going to State's Exhibit Stewart 1 through 131. I'm going to enter those into evidence at this time.
Okay.
If you ever need to get some water or anything, make yourself comfortable.
Oh, good, sir.
We'll do it a couple ways, but these are so they can go out with the jury. These are State's Stewart 1 to 131. I'll bring them up on the computer too.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Shane.
Screen looked like I had it on because I can see it.
Yours was
Yeah,
just fine.
sorry.
While this is loading up, Lieutenant.
It's
what
up
about
now,
the-
sir.
Oh, there it is. Purcell Lane. County is this in?
Cherokee County, sir.
And is it a nice area of the county?
It is.
Is it beautiful?
It is.
All right, this is Stewart 1. We're going to walk through. What I want to do is, obviously the jury's not there at the time that the processing is taking place. I'm going to ask them questions, but I really want you to kind of think through the eyes of a juror. And you've seen it, you know it, but some things may not be in their mind as it is in yours. As we come into this, and we know that you come up the driveway and you turn right to go to the barn. Is that right?
Correct.
And tell us what we're seeing here in Stewart 1. I probably would just refer to it as 1 or 2 or 3, but we're talking about the Stewart exhibit.
Okay.
So in States 1 here, what do we see?
So what you see off to the left is the barn. Well, it's got 2 sliding barn doors on the front. And then just off to the right of that, you see basically 2 sheds where obviously various equipment. I mean, you can keep various equipment. And then
When you're looking at this, the barn on the left, and where was Scott's apartment be, the son's apartment?
above the barn, so the second story, second floor.
Kind of describe the apartment, the loft over the barn. What would it be like?
I mean, it's just I guess a standard apartment, bedroom, bathroom, living room area, kitchen.
Kind of more equivalent to a hunting cabin, or more equivalent to like a fancy apartment down in Atlanta?
I would say more equivalent to maybe a man room, hunting cabin, something like that.
Like a bachelor was living
Basically,
there,
yeah.
who's a hunter or something like that.
Correct.
What do we see in one here straight ahead? What are those things?
Talking about what the trailer's parked in front of?
This is now 2. What do we have here?
Those are basically, I mean, I consider them storage sheds. So like you can back trailers under them, you could park equipment under them, trucks under them, whatever. They've got various tools in them, basically used for storage.
I'm never good at this. My wife has to correct me all the time. Is that a lean-to, or is it a pole barn, or what would you call that?
I mean, I call it a pole barn.
Okay.
But
And States 3, what do we have here?
so it's the one on the left, I believe. Basically various tools in there: lawnmowers, shovels, tillers, various household, outside working tools.
4, moving to the left of that view, that same shed.
Okay.
What do we have here?
Just the other side, you have a tiller, a trailer, gas cans, a small pull behind, looks like fertilizer spreader, a push mower, sprinklers, just various lawn equipment.
All right, States 5, what do we see on this wall?
On the wall, you have basically what you call I would call it a sickle on the end. You've got a shelf, you've got rakes, shovels, chain,
Tools.
tools.
State 6, looking at the front of this, just other things in that shed, is that right?
Yeah, so you got a shelf full of buckets and gas cans, and then to the left of that, it looks like you got a climbing ladder stand for like a hunter.
Just going around. Do you try to just capture the scene as it is, not knowing whether or not it's relevant at the time?
Correct. So when you take photographs, the first thing you do is you take overall photographs. So basically, if you had to go back and overlay something on top of it, you could completely recreate the scene. And then once you find out what your evidence is, you go back and you take the other photographs, mid-range close-ups, stuff like that.
Stewart 8 here, the right side of the right sheds here.
Yes.
Is there anything in those, or are they I guess the right one's empty, is that right?
I believe the right one's empty, yeah. Well, except for, looks like a planner.
Number 9, and when you look at this, it looks like a planter and some things have been strapped to the top.
Yeah, it's probably where, my guess is where they put the seed, to hold the seed. It looks like a planter.
I don't know if you call those toe straps, or what do you call those straps?
I mean,
Those come-along straps?
Ratchet straps is
Ratchet
what I call them. But
You use those at your farm?
I don't know if that's the technical term, but that's what I call them.
Stewart 10, just empty, right side of the shed here, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Stewart 11. Tell the jury what we see in this photograph and kind of where it's at in relation to everything else on the property.
So this is behind. So what I see here is obviously you're looking kind of at the side of the right shed, looking down. There's obviously another lean-to or pole barn or whatever you want to call it off to the back, but there's various other equipment, and then like wheelbarrows, storage ladders, and then down behind that, parked next to a mulch pile is the Kubota tractor that I mentioned processing earlier.
And this Kubota, what does it have on the front and what does it have on the back?
So on the front, it's got a loader, which is commonly used in farm stuff. And then on the back, we'll have to get closer, but there's I know there's a farm, I mean, there's an implement on the back, like a small set of harrows or some, a drag plow or something like that, but.
Stewart 12 just showing a view looking at, I guess, the front of the tractor, is that right?
Correct.
Now, describe for the jury, what is to the left of the tractor, and is there anything in it, or is it empty?
The left?
You know, this is the whole lean-to issue with me. You see that,
Oh,
that
okay.
roof that comes over?
I'm looking at it from being on the tractor, so, okay.
All right, so as you're looking at this photograph,
Right.
tractor's to your right?
Correct.
To the left, that little shed area, is there, what's in there?
Looks like on the left, it kind of looks like a wood chipper. We got some various piping hanging on the wall, a wheelbarrow, and then looks like a plastic storage, like a storage container to store liquid or.
Did you learn where the tractor was normally parked, whether it's normally parked under there or out like this?
I don't recall where it was normally parked. I mean, I know me personally, I keep my stuff under the barn because I want to take care of it, but I mean, I don't know, some people keep stuff outside.
Stewart 13, we're looking at the right side of the tractor.
Correct.
Want to kind of focus in on those tires. Did you notice anything about the tractor's condition, whether it's clean, not clean, or otherwise?
It looks relatively well taken care of. I mean, cleanish. It's got some dirt on it. Got some dirt on the tires.
Stewart 14, going back and looking at that, what I call a rake, or what would you call the implement on the back of the tractor?
A rake of some sort. I don't know what the technical term is. Some sort of harrow, a rake, something like that.
And what is that usually used for?
That in particular, I'm not real sure. I would be assuming it's for moving ground.
All right, Stewart's 15 on the back side. Who's that gentleman standing there to the right? Do you know?
That looks like Detective Kuykendall.
And he's not crime scene. He's just a
Just a detective. He's a sergeant in our criminal investigations division.
So this is a back view of the tractor. Has that what I call a rake on the back. Left side, just seeing the tractor's position on Stewart 16.
Yes.
Stewart 17, kind of another going around it. You just try to walk around. Is that what you're doing?
Correct. So I'm doing overall. So I'm taking pictures of the overall piece of equipment going around.
And Stewart 18 is coming to the scoop or the bucket, or
Yes.
what'd you call it?
The bucket.
19, a little closer on the back. All right, 20, I want to go around to, I think we got pictures of the tires beginning on the right side. The right back. What do you notice about this tire?
As far as, there's dirt on the outside of the tire. It's
Stewart 21, as we go into the front. Stewart 22, what do you notice about the front right tire?
there's dirt caked in the tread of the tire on the front where it's stopped.
Stewart 23, front bucket. If I said that bucket's about 5 feet in length, would you disagree with that?
I'd probably say close. I don't know the exact dimensions of the bucket, but I'd probably say that's close.
All right, 26, that's the front right.
Yeah, yes.
And I'm going to back up just a little bit. You see on Stewart 22, you see that white round part on the tractor.
You talking about the oil filter?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
filter. So Stewart 26, you're talking about the front right.
Yes.
Stewart 27, what is this picture of?
That's the front right tire.
The mud on the tire.
Yes.
Stewart 28, back picture of the right front tire. Is that right?
I think so. I can't really tell.
And then Stewart 29, the back right.
Yes.
Stewart 29, the back right. And Stewart 30, excuse me. All right, now, on the left side, the writing's on the other side. Let me go back so you know this. So you see the Stewart 20, you see that HST is on the right there. Now we're on the left side. So left back tire, describe that for us.
It's got some earth, looks like earth debris or dirt, leaves, whatever on the top.
32, just another
yeah.
picture of it.
Close-up picture.
33, this is the left step.
Correct.
Now, Stuart, 34. What are we focusing on here, kind of towards the top of this step?
So about, I don't know, 2/3 of the way across, the very top of the step, there's several small reddish brown stains, and that's a close-up photo of it.
Is that seen here in Stuart 35?
Yes.
Do you have training in detecting blood or seeing blood?
Yes.
What kind of training do you have in that?
So, in my career, I've seen lots of human blood over the course of 26 years of working the road, being on wrecks, answering calls. But we also, as a crime scene technician, there's a 40-hour class you have to take. It's called blood stain pattern analysis. So it helps you learn how to identify different stains, stuff like that.
And what do you learn in those classes? Tell us just basically what, when it comes to blood splatter or blood patterns or things like that.
So you learn how to determine, like in certain things, like certain instance, area of impact, area of origin. So like it doesn't really apply in this case, but because of obviously we don't have anything else than just one piece of evidence. But so if you have, a blood spatter on the wall and it's here, and somebody says I was standing up and I was hitting the head with something, you basically can say, well, I don't think that's the case because the area of origin would be down here. So you learn how to pull measurements and strings and whatnot to kind of determine. You learn directionality of blood drops. So you learn, basically that 90-degree droplets are round. You learn various patterns of blood. There's all kind of patterns of blood, white patterns, saturation patterns. Basically, it's just the scientific way to describe what kind of pattern it is. So, for example, if it's a white pattern, I'm sure everybody's seen where somebody's tried to clean something up and they wipe it in a circle. You can tell obviously that's what they call a white pattern. It means it looks like it's been tried to be wiped up. Or you have a swipe pattern, which means, like, if I'm bleeding from the hand and I walk by this wall and I brush it, obviously that's two different looks. That's what they would call a swipe pattern. Basically, I swipe something across it. I swipe the object across it. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. So if I was shot in the arm, I held my arm out, and blood would drop 90 degrees down in vertical, what would it look like?
It would be completely round.
Okay. And can blood be transferred from one place to another?
Yes.
From one substance or thing to another?
Correct.
When you look at this, can you tell if this has any indication of any of those things you talk about?
It could be any number of things. It could be a transfer stain. It could be.
It could be a drop.
It could be a drop because you have one looks like 90 degree on the right, but that could have come off something as well.
But could have been transferred
Could
too?
have been transfer. There's no way I could definitively give you the answer.
Stuart, 36?
Yes.
Just a closer of that?
It's another close-up. It's done with a ABFO scale that we use those in close-up photographs so that people can get a size reference on how the size of something. So if we have to, we'll go back and recreate something later. If something has to be recreated later, you can get approximate size.
And technically, I think this was going to be GBI out of 1919B, and it's a swab tooth sample that you took. So this is the sample of the blood from the tractor that you took and was turned into the GBI.
Yes, sir.
And when you take swabs, we're stipulating to this, so it doesn't really matter, but when you take a swab, how many swabs are you doing?
So it depends. So on something like this, I took, because I have one sample, I do two. So when you collect this sample, it was dry. So if it's wet, you don't have to do anything. You can just swab it up. If it's dry, you have to use some sort of substance to be able to lift it. So we use sterile water, denatured water, whatever you want to call it. So the first thing that we do is we're going to use two swabs. The first one, we put the water comes in little vials, if that helps you guys out to kind of picture it. So you drop the water on top of the first swab. It looks like a big Q-tip basically, and you put that in. You package that, so that way they can go back and you can go back and show later that the water was not contaminated. The water wasn't, there was nothing wrong with it. It was sterile. It came from a sterile environment. And then you go back and you wet the second Q-tip because the moisture in the water is just what's going to basically reconstitute enough of it to where it's not going to turn into a liquid again, but it'll reconstitute it enough to get it to lift with that, and then that got packaged as well.
And as you did in this case, when you package something, just describe the packaging that's put in to
So,
secure.
any type of biological evidence such as blood gets packaged in paper or cardboard, and the reason that it does is because obviously, everybody's put stuff in a plastic bag and seen it turn to mold or, seen it grow things inside. Well, because this is biological evidence, it goes inside typically we use swab boxes, so they come flat like this, and you have to fold them up and make a box out of them, and they have a little tab, 2 perforated tabs that pop up. That it's a long swab, so like a longer dental type swab that slides in there. So that's the way we package them. So that way they can, because cardboard's porous, so that way it can dry, and it doesn't allow moisture to stay in there and turn things moldy or grow things or whatever.
All right, going from there, Stewart 37, just in front left tire. Stewart 38, I think it's the same thing. And then 39, do you just start walking around the backside of the barn?
Yes.
Stewart 40, Stewart 41, Stewart 42, Stewart 43. Is there an area at Stewart 43, an opening where you could drive a tractor into that overhang?
Correct. I mean, I'd have to make sure it was tall enough, but I would assume that's what it's used to park equipment.
And the rest of the pictures up to Stewart 46, kind of just showing pictures of the backside of the barn.
Yes, sir.
Stewart 47, were there animals on the property when y'all were out there? Do you remember?
I want to say there was horses and chickens.
All right, so we're going to start going into the barn. You took photographs of the barn?
Correct.
Stewart 48. I'm just going to kind of walk through them if that's okay. Stewart 49. Stewart 50. Stewart 51. Have a little visitor there. Do you see him?
Yeah, little lab.
Stewart 52. Stewart 53. Stewart 54. Did you see the horses on the property?
I don't recall, but I would assume I did.
Stewart 55. Stewart 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65, 66, 67 now kind of in the tool room,
Yes.
68, 69, 70. And did you notice that there were ropes and other things around the property?
There was various. You see a rope hanging off the extension cords. There's ropes hanging on the wall. There was chains in one of the shed earlier. So yeah, there's ropes and chains all over the place.
72, now up to 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. We see some of these rifle shotguns. Where are these?
It looks like the bottom 2 are rifles, and I can't tell if the top one's a shotgun or a rifle.
Just going through the rest of these. Now 83, this is the tack room for the horses. And the saddles.
It's one of them. There's saddles in there. There's fishing rods, various things.
All right, let me go back. Stewart 94. What do we have a picture here? Can you see it?
I believe that's the .32 revolver we discussed earlier.
For the record, what were we looking at here in Stewart 94? Describe it in words if you could.
It was you're talking about we're in the tack room. There's a cabinet, or in one of the storage rooms. There's a cabinet. It's open. It's got various items in it. and then there's a 32 revolver, or there's a revolver laying underneath it with ammunition, boxes of ammunition beside it.
So Stuart 95 shows the gun as you found it.
Yes.
Stuart 96. What do we have here?
So that's the inside, like I previously mentioned, that's the, we obviously inspect the weapons when we pick them up. So we opened the cylinder and looked, and you can note that that's a 6-shot revolver, and there's the little round circles in the middle of the cartridges or the primers, and if those would have been fired, there would have been imagine like taking a nail, like taking a nail and hitting it on a piece of wood and then pulling it out. You'd have like a little indention in the primer, showing that it had been fired. Then obviously we would have collected the shell casing. 97, just showing the name of the gun. Yes, it's a Winchester. And then 98, some just pictures of the chicken coop, I guess. Correct. Just go through those. Now, 115, on now transition, I guess this will be on July 6th. Looks like the garbage can's downstairs, because you can see the blue tarp that it's sitting on.
So, Stuart, 115 is the garbage can. Is that the picture, just a picture of the outside?
Correct.
I guess, what's that, blue tarp under it?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Well, because, I'm fixing to lay stuff out on it so that I can photograph it and take pictures, and I want to try to keep it as obviously I'm outside, so I want to try to keep it as sterile as possible.
116. Now, you weren't involved in interviewing people to know anything about a dish or why the dish is there?
No, I'm assuming it's in the garbage can because it's broken, but sometimes the smallest things can be evidence, so you
Sure,
can document
I'm
everything.
not disputing that, but the point is you didn't talk to witnesses to know anything
No,
about it.
I did not.
You just found it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Stuart, 116, what do we see here?
So like I mentioned earlier, there was food in the garbage can, packs of cigarettes, and then obviously a broken plate.
117, I guess what you do is you peel the onion, you take some off, take another layer off.
Correct. So first, like if I was doing this, I would take an overall picture of the top of the garbage can, then I would take a few things out, take pictures again, so that way everything can be photographed. And you systematically lay it out across the tarp, which I'm sure you'll see that in a minute, and then you take an overall photograph from the top, so you can see everything at one time that was found in there.
Y'all don't just willy-nilly get some evidence and throw it there in the back of the truck. Are y'all
No.
very careful and punctilious in how you actually go through all the evidence, step by step, piece by piece, making sure you're processing it,
Yes.
packaging it right?
Yes.
All right, 118. What is this?
That's a picture of that's a close-up picture of the broken plate laying on the tarp.
119. Still going through the.
We're back in the garbage can again.
120. What do we have here?
Photographs of the papers.
121.
Plant leaves. Looks like plant leaves. There's food.
122 showing some documents and food.
Yes.
123. You're laying it out. Is that right?
Correct.
124. What is the photograph 124? Stuart 124.
So it was a document that was found in the garbage can. It was referenced second quarter earnings from. Looks like talk about finances.
Who is it addressed to? This document.
Equity Partners.
From Leo Howell.
Yes.
What date was it?
It was dated June 12th of 2018.
And regards, what does it say? Or reference.
So it says reference second quarter earnings. Want me to continue to read it, or?
Yeah, if you could, just
Okay.
for the record.
So it says enclosure of the following estimated earnings through the second quarter of 2018 and the summary income statement through May 31st, 2018. Second quarter live tax draw check, or if you elect a direct deposit, you can view your stub on, looks like mybird.com, but it's all wrinkled, so I can't.
Right, and then there's,
Yeah.
says LRH and attachments.
Correct.
Stuart 125, did you find this in the garbage can?
Correct.
Let me pull it down here. Stewart, 125, what's it say at the top, the best you can
So
make
it says estimated year-to-date earnings. It looks like it says cumulative by quarter.
If you could, there's 1, 2, 3, are there 4 columns on this piece of paper or this document?
Yes, sir.
And the left column, is it kind of by, it says something about by quarter and partner, is that right?
Correct.
And then what is listed in that column below alphabetically?
I mean, it looks. To a layperson and to me, it looks like last names.
Okay? But it makes out a name, like that's not gibberish. It's just like
Correct.
Abbott, Jones, Joseph, Kavanaugh, Keller.
Those are all common last names that I've heard, so I would make the assumption that they would be last names.
Appears to be alphabetically.
Yes.
The second column has a percentage of 2018 percentage of partnership. Is that right?
Yes.
And then it has different percentages per person.
Correct.
Third column says YTD year-to-date earnings 3/31/2018 first quarter.
Yes.
And then year-to-date earnings 5/31/2018 second quarter.
Yes.
Are some of these figures in money over $100,000?
Absolutely.
Some of it over $300,000?
Let's see. Yes.
Stewart, 126. What do we have here?
That looks like a 20.
Everybody loves to get this thing, don't they? The tax bill.
Absolutely. It's the 2018 tax statement for the 2155 Purcell Lane.
Cherokee County Board of Assessors. Is that
Yes.
what's labeled at the top? It says
Yes.
Stewart 126. Who is it made out to?
It's made out to Gary W. Farris and Melody W. Farris.
So both names are on. Is that
Correct.
right? All right. What's the address?
The address that we're here for today, 2155 Purcell Lane.
So 2155 Purcell Lane.
Yes, sir.
Official tax matter, and it says it's the annual assessment notice date May 14, 2018,
Yes.
and then last date to file written repeal June 28, 2018.
Yes.
So for the property, current year fair market value of the property, what is that?
Looks like $1,036,900.
So $1,036,900,
Correct.
and that was the value of it back in 2018.
Correct. I mean, according to the county, yes.
Stewart 127. What is this document?
It's a pay statement, a paper copy of a pay statement to address to Gary Farris.
Stewart 127, if you look at to the right over here, what is the period start date and the period end date?
Shows it's the month of May, so May 1st, 2018 to May 31st, 2018.
Okay. What is the pay group?
Birmingham Monthly, it says.
Was the job?
Partner Equity.
It has a pay rate.
It says $159.05. Now I don't understand what that means as far as, but
Let me actually let me go to Stewart. Go to Stewart 128. Stewart 120, kind of the same thing,
correct.
just a clear copy.
Yes,
And this pay date is April.
it's
of
from April
2000
instead of May.
Pretty much is very similar to the Stewart 127, but after, not the gross, but the net. What is the amount for that month?
It says the total says $20,969.37.
Whose name is at the top there?
Gary W. Farris.
All right, in the trash can, maybe another trash can looks like.
Correct. There was two.
Stewart 129, we see something poking out of the top there. I'm going to go to Stewart 130. What do we have here?
A bunch of soda cans, Mountain Dew cans, empty cartons of cigarettes.
Would you consider that evidence if you had to use common sense and inference that he liked Mountain Dew?
Correct.
And then 131. Judge, can I just have one moment?
It's probably a good time for a break.
I think I'm done, Judge. If I can.
All right.
Judge, I'm done.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll take 10 minutes longer if y'all need to wander, but y'all can go down and get coffee, take a smoke break. You can sit down. Yeah, you're good. What? Oh, yeah. Someone that didn't bother me at all.
All right, everybody. So I thought we could have a little conversation here on the break. Talk about the case. I don't think I really got a chance to talk much about the case here. I didn't do really an introduction. So I thought, why not? Let's have a little conversation while we wait for court to resume. So, as you guys may have been able to tell from the opening statements, this is a situation where it appears we have a mom and a son who are alleged to have been involved. Now, for those of you that are wondering, hey, how are they going to explain things? I think the state's going to be open to the idea of saying, listen, she was involved. I don't know if the son was charged in this or not. I don't think he was, from what I could tell. But I don't know if the son's going to testify on behalf of the state or what's going to be said. But I think this is a scenario where it might be that the state's going to suggest that she had help one way or another. I think the defense is going to say she wasn't involved. It was all this son, and that there's no direct evidence saying she did anything. This is one of those scenarios where, things could have happened when she wasn't at the house and she just was unaware. And again, they have an unusual marriage situation where this man was living in the basement. But I think the defense's strongest argument is for her, clearly, his death did not benefit her. At least it doesn't appear to have, because they lost his income. And then when they lost his income, the house went into foreclosure. The cars got sold. Financially, she got crushed. So she didn't really gain, it doesn't appear, much in having him die. Now, I thought what I liked about what tells me these are good defense attorneys, was they had the graph out during opening statements explaining the burden of proof and explaining reasonable doubt and explaining where, and I really like that, because it shows you really, I like the way they demonstrated it as steps. and saying, you've got to be all the way up the steps, not just at the top, but you've got to go through the door and say, there's not even there's no reasonable doubt. There's no, you can be anywhere along those lines, the various different ranges from scintilla of evidence to preponderance of evidence. You've got to go all the way, the state's got to go all the way at the top and through the door. And if they're anywhere on that spectrum, even if you think it's possible she could have done something, then you've got to, find her, not guilty. And I think that's where this case is going to lie, in the sense that I think there's going to be doubt here as to what she did and what the state can prove she did. And also, I think everybody's looked and said, hey, look at her size. Is it really believable that she would have been able to put him in the burn pit? That she would have been able to do this? And again, maybe she had help, but you've got to prove that connection. So unless they're going to have the son come in and say, yeah, mom got me to do this, or she shoots dad, calls me up and says, oh my God, we had this dispute and I shot him, but they don't even know where this happened. There doesn't appear to be evidence, that a shooting occurred inside the house. I mean, there is blood, but there's an explainable reason why that was, because he had a dog bite, I believe, is what the defense said. So I think this is going to be a tough case, but I think, obviously, from my understanding, there's going to be, and you can already see where they're going with this, there's going to be some financial talk here, that somehow she might have felt it was financially beneficial to get rid of him. Or maybe maybe there's going to be a lover that's going to be brought in to say, hey, she was at some point where she realized, he's not going to, I want to be with this other person, so I'm going to just go the rest of the way with it. But again, what's really going to be strong evidence on her behalf is the idea that the outcome didn't go in her favor financially. So what sense did it make, and why would she do that? And at this point, I didn't hear anything in the state's opening suggesting that there was going to be physical evidence tying her to this crime. And because he was burned up in a burn pit, there's nothing that's going to tie her to his body. And just because her DNA is in the house or near the burn pit doesn't prove anything either. So I don't know, unless they have somebody who she talked to or confessed to. I mean, I'm really quite perplexed as to what they're using to say she did anything here. And I think the defense is going to go pretty heavy on suggesting other people might have done this. So we'll see. But I want to show you guys here. Let's talk about this real quick while we're waiting. Of course, I'm sure all of you saw the Sarah Boone case isn't happening this week. They delayed it due to the hurricane. But I think it's my perspective on that. I don't know if what your all's perspective is, and let me know in the chat if you guys are watching and listening. My perspective on the Sarah Boone case is I don't think we're going to have a trial in that. Her defense attorney, he can't make her take a plea, but I think he strongly wants her to do it. Now, I don't think at that moment that the plea was offered in court, a lot of people don't realize, well, she turned it down. Well, she might have turned it down, but it's still on the table. And what I think they're going to do, what I believe is going to happen, is I think the defense attorney is going to go back, and I think they're going to put a cap on the sentence, and they're going to make it an open plea. I think that's how they're going to get her to go, because I think what's going to happen here is it appears, based on the state's motion in limine that I read, and I haven't gone over, we'll discuss this in detail in an upcoming Justice Watch Live talk episode. But the motion in limine from the state, it appears the state may successfully prevent her from bringing in any of the abuse. And given the facts and circumstances, the way the defense attorney, I think, is going to sell her on the plea in the end is, look, the judge is going to gut our case. So we can bring the abuse back into the mitigation phase. In other words, we can argue to the judge in a contested sentencing hearing that all the issues you want put before the jury, we can make an argument to the judge. So I think if they want to get her to take the plea, they've got to put in basically a plea that says, listen, there was no firearm used in this case. She should be able to argue for whatever the minimum term would be, whatever she's going to plead to. I would imagine she's not pleading the second degree. I'd imagine she's pleading the manslaughter. And I do believe from reading the manslaughter law, if a firearm was not used in a circumstance similar to this, she could argue for even probation. So if they can give her the carrot on the stick to say, listen, you get to come in and make a sentencing hearing showing that says these are all things, even though we know the judge is never going to do it, and the judge is going to give her 15 years in the end. But 15 years for what happened, loss of a life, she only serves 80%, right? I mean, that's a damn good sentence. She'll do 12. She's already served, 3? So we're talking about 9 years. I mean, I know Florida is not the greatest place to serve a prison sentence, but I mean, 9 years, she's out. What she did was stupid. It cost a man his life. So I mean, I think a case can be made that that's a damn good deal, and not to mention that she's got this lawyer obviously who came into the case, and if this lawyer wouldn't have come into the case, they wouldn't be offering it. I mean, I guess the state, I think, really looks at this and knows that this is not your typical situation where, even though they're going to argue that from a legal perspective, and that's what they're arguing in the motion in limine, to keep out the battered spouse, is they're saying the way the battered spouse in the self-defense law works in Florida, her argument that this was an accident doesn't allow for that to be a viable defense, which means she won't meet the standard to get the instruction, which means the jury will not be able to consider that when they're being advised of the law. They're going to be advised that basically, look, you're looking at, did he die? And then they hear that she's beating him with a baseball bat and beating his hands back. And I mean, she'll probably end up convicted of manslaughter. It'll end up being the same situation where she would be convicted of manslaughter anyways, at best. So I think, unfortunately, we're going to get robbed of seeing a trial, because I believe that by the time they get back in court on the 14th, after the hurricane passes, and Sarah Boone has a chance to think about it and further discuss it with her attorney, I think she's going to take a plea. But I think they're going to recraft the plea because of how she is and what she's looking for. That they're going to say, listen, you're going to get a chance to come in and make your case. The judge may mitigate the sentence even better than 15 years, which is a victory for her. And there'd be an opportunity for her to publicly put out the evidence she wants, as far as showing that there was abuse and that this wasn't necessarily just an evil-minded act from the standpoint of the way some people are making this out to be, that this evolved from a battered relationship where she clearly made some terrible choices here in how she handled this, but that this is not a scenario where she just, was overtly evil. This was something that manifested itself out of the basis of abuse. So, but anyways, we'll see what happens with that. I think it's going to be interesting. Because I think, based on what we're seeing now that's come out, a lot of the things that I thought were going to be issues are really not, because she's gone and given these depositions and given these, well, not depositions, I guess she went in the presence of the state and gave statements to these doctors that can be used in court. I think that it's going to make it difficult for some of these arguments to be made on her behalf. And if she's not going to be able to have those to fall back on, the jury's going to be instructed to follow the law. The jury's going to follow the law. And I don't think she's a very favorable individual in terms of just how she acts sometimes with things. So I think it's going to be a tough road to haul. But anyways, I did want to, like I said, I wanted to put something up here. Give me a moment. let me add a layer here. Media file. Here it is. All right. So we're going to put this up. I'm just going to put this up over top of me there. You guys will see. But this was from yesterday. I took a screen grab of it because I think it's fantastic. And I figured let's talk about it while we're talking here. So there it is. This is the levels of, as they're calling it, levels of proof. And I thought this was just fantastic. And you see there where guilty is at the very top. It's walking through the door, because you've got this step right here is reasonable doubt. And then guilty is right here. You've got to walk across and through the door to guilt. But all of these steps, if the level of proof reaches all, it is at any of these steps, and reasonable doubt is obviously the highest step, but and doesn't, it only requires one reasonable doubt in a reasonable person's mind in order for someone to be found not guilty. So I love this because it demonstrates, prosecutors would hate this because it really demonstrates how tall of an order it is to overcome the burden of proof that the state has. And also, when we're talking about something like the Ty Tucker case, man, do you see, where do you think the prosecution's case fell on here? Certainly not at the top walking through the door, right? I mean, I don't think so. So you see why a good attorney who can argue and explain the law to the attorney or to the jury should be able to get Ty Tucker a not guilty verdict. Now, Ty Tucker should be able to get himself a not guilty verdict, because if he can explain this and say, listen, where's the evidence? There's, the only thing that exists is John Travis Johnson. And do you believe him? And do you have any doubts? And I mean, at worst, maybe somebody lands here if they're thinking, well, maybe maybe he told the truth, maybe he didn't. But beyond a reasonable doubt, walking through that door, I don't see it. I don't understand how anybody could think that that's where they're at in the Tucker case. And in this case, I think it's going to be very difficult, because they have to prove that she did this, and that there's no doubt. And again, as they said, to make the case, remember, you have to have probable cause. So you see, in order for a criminal case to be made, a judge simply finds probable cause exists. Now, let me see if this comes up. Read. So what is probable cause? Reasonable and trustworthy information that a particular person has committed a particular crime. All right. And then you got preponderance of evidence, the greater weight or amount of evidence. Clear and convincing, a firm belief that the allegations are true. So think about that. That's clear and convincing, is a firm belief, but that's still not enough to convict somebody. And then you've got reasonable doubt, which is one doubt, any doubt at all in a reasonable person's mind that this person didn't do it. So, I mean, I really want you, when you look at this is why there should be a lot more not guilty verdicts than there are. And this is why you hear prosecutors try to completely misrepresent what all this is. And they try to get you down. They try to get a juror down to clear and convincing. What basically they try to really intersperse that. If you have a firm belief that the allegations are true, and they want somebody to just say, hey, you know what, but it's not all doubt. So they try to confuse them on what a reasonable doubt would be. And you drop it down to here, or drop it down to a preponderance of evidence. Now, preponderance of evidence is what a civil case has, which is why the OJ case, when they tried to make a big deal and say, oh yeah, the OJ, the civil jury found him guilty. Okay, big whoop. All right. Anyways, let's see, they're getting back to court here. So let's turn this off, and let's, oh no, sorry, they're at the exit sign. They were back, I think, but not yet. So anyways, you can see there, I thought that was an excellent guide. And they're going to talk about that, as he promised, in their closing argument. And that's why I believe, listen, this is a case that I think, I mean, again, we're very early, and the judge is saying this is going to take weeks. I have no idea why. I can't understand what there could possibly be about this case that would take weeks. I mean, look, it's pretty simple. Body is in the burn pit. Identify the body. Go through the evidence. I mean, There's no gun. There's no murder weapon ever been found. What the heck are we going to be here for 3 weeks for? I mean, are they? I'm assuming they're going to get into some sort of a financial aspect that's just going to take hours. But it doesn't make sense to me. All right, let's see here. Christine says, "Do we know Ty's case is going to be heard?" We do not know when it will be heard yet, Christine. It's just simply been accepted. No date, to my knowledge, has been set yet for as far as a hearing date. But if I find out, I will absolutely announce it. As soon as I have any information as to when that might be. Now, let's see here. State of Georgia. Now we're back to the seal. So I guess they're probably having some stragglers there with the state of Georgia or with the jurors, I would imagine. A lot of times, I remember from being on jury duty, you get one or two that take extra time or just aren't ready to proceed, and it holds everything. Oh, here we are. We're back in court. So let's get in there. Let's turn the sound back on and flip her back to the courtroom. All right. Good talk, everybody. And by the way, guys, hit that like button. We've got nearly 16 of you in here and only 6 likes. So I need your help. Hit the like button. Help us get this thing seen. And with that, I'll talk to you all in a little bit.
All right, Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
All right, first I want to start with, you had made the statement with Mr. Focus on direct examination that when you go out as a crime scene technician, that you're very meticulous in what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And y'all try to look everywhere you can looking for evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you got there on the 5th, you had testified previously that generally the first thing you do is talk to the detective in charge.
Typically. Yes.
Now, in this case, you didn't talk to Detective Hayes, did you? When you first got there?
I believe I went straight to the crime scene, who was leading the crime scene stuff, because they were already there.
Yeah, and that would have been Lieutenant Ballard.
Either Ballard or Shaw.
Okay. So those would have been the ones who were giving you directives on what you needed to do.
Correct.
Okay. Is it your understanding, though, that Detective Hayes is the actual detective who is in charge of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So Detective Ballard or Detective Shaw is in charge of the crime scene. Detective Hayes is in charge of the crime scene and interviewing.
Of the overall investigation,
Okay.
yes, because it all bleeds back into one another.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Detective Hayes about the case?
What you talking about while I was on scene, or are you talking about?
While you're on scene, within a relative, let's say on the 3rd or the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
I'm sure we spoke if we were both out there, but I don't remember the nature of our conversation.
So it would have been Ballard or Shaw that gave you your directive to begin with the barn.
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to start. We're going to start with the tractor step, but we'll go to the Kubota, because you had done a lot of photographs of the Kubota. Now, you had taken touch DNA, right?
Correct.
You took 9 swabs from all over the Kubota.
Yes, I can give you the locations that I took it if you need me to.
Well, I was going to go through them, so just go ahead and list off the locations where you took the contact swabs.
Okay. So the first swab was obviously, I talked about using a control sample initially whenever we take them. So the first swab was the control sample, so it was just right out of the package into the box. The second sample was from the steering wheel. The third sample was from the 3-point hitch lever. That's the lever that raises the implement on the back up and down on the tractor. The power takeoff switch, that's what turns on the PTO that actually if you have a bush hog or a mower or something that runs off a power takeoff on the back, it runs that. The fifth one was the hand throttle lever, which it's like the gas pedal of a car, which throttles the engine up. The sixth one was the loader control, which is basically an arm that lifts the bucket on the front of the tractor up and down. The seventh was the directional shifter, which basically forward, reverse. The eighth was there's a handle on the left side of the tractor up on the fender, on the rear fender, that's utilized to grab to get on and off. That was the seventh. The eighth, excuse me, and the ninth was the ignition key itself.
So you took those 9 swabs,
Correct.
and eventually you packaged them up,
Correct.
and placed them into evidence.
Correct.
To your knowledge, were those swabs ever tested?
I don't know if they were tested or not.
Do you know whether or not they were sent to the crime lab?
I don't know.
Okay. Looking at number 35, the blood drop on the stair. Did you ever do any Blue Star testing on that?
I know on scene, I didn't, but Lieutenant Ballard sprayed the Blue Star on it after the evidence was collected, the swab was collected, and they also sprayed the RTV as well on scene.
Okay. And you took that sample, right?
You talking about collecting the blood sample right here?
Yes. you
Yes,
took
I did,
that
sir.
sample. And you packaged that up and that was sent off?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the results of that ever came back?
My understanding that it did.
Okay. So touch DNA, you don't know whether or not it was tested, but you believe that was tested?
Correct.
Okay. And by that I mean states the photo states 35. Now, with this Blue Star, do you have to get specifically trained into how to use it?
I mean, there's no real formal training class. I mean, there's directions on the package of how you mix it. Once it's mixed, you spray it. I mean, I've used stuff like Blue Star and luminol on scenes. I've also used it in photography when I took my crime scene photography class. So, I mean, I guess you could say per se that's training, because you have to have different settings on the camera to take pictures like this. So there's no formal like Blue Star class, or no formal, I would assume, no formal class for spraying chemical reagents or agents like this. But on the job training, plus I've used stuff like this in my photography class and stuff to learn how to take photographs of it.
Okay.
And stuff.
Well, let's talk. Like you said, because you got to mix it. Like if I went to BlueStar.com, ordered some, got it. Is it like a powder that I mix with water?
I want to say it's tablets, I believe.
You believe it's tablet? What
yes.
do you mix it with?
Sterile water. So
Sterile, okay.
Yes.
It has to be sterile water?
Correct. Usually, yes. So
Okay.
you drop it in the water, you mix it, and then you spray it. And it tells there's directions on the I don't know without looking at the package, but there's directions on it. You know, parts per whatever, part water per tablet, or if that makes sense.
Okay. No, it makes sense. In this case, with the Blue Star that was sprayed on the RTV, was, to the best of your knowledge, who mixed that?
I want to say Ballard did. I don't remember mixing it, but
It wasn't you.
I don't think it was me. No.
Okay. Now, with the, and I'll get to the RTV in a minute. Did you do any Blue Star testing on the actual tractor bucket?
I don't remember on scene. I know that it was later collected and taken to our evidence bay and redone by other techs, but I don't remember spraying it on scene.
Okay. And you went as the crime scene technician. I assume you went over that tractor with a fine-tooth comb.
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any blood or anything in the bucket?
No.
Okay. Just that one drop on stage 35.
You talking about the photo? Yes,
Yes.
sir. Correct.
Now, that photo also, you had previously testified, you can't make any type of determination of whether or not that's a 90-degree drop, a smear, or anything like that.
It could be a
or
90
transfer.
degree. It could be a transfer. There's no way I can conclusively give you an answer.
So basically, an easier way to say that would be is you cannot show any way that you don't know how that got there.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you had also talked about with the Blue Star, is that it reacts to iron, right?
Yes.
All right, but you can also spray it. Because I assume the package, does it come with any information about, hey, this information will give false positives?
I don't know if the directions do. I know that through my on-the-job training and other stuff, I know that, I mean, obviously, like we discussed earlier, false positives do exist, because obviously it'll fluoresce for iron itself, but it's a different type of fluorescence. It fluoresces quick and turns off. Imagine flipping a light switch on and off really quickly.
Okay.
That's,
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. So, let's say I sprayed it right here on the floor, right? And it lit up. It's possible that it could light up and I could take a photograph of it and you could see it, right?
correct.
Okay. So I think you actually said it pops real quick and then
It'll pop, if it's just iron, it'll pop real quick and disappear, so you'd have to be extremely fast with your camera to be able to make that happen if you're gonna do both.
Okay. Do you recall, did you do any of the Blue Star testing on any of the towels or hand cloths found inside the home?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, the RTV, since we're on Blue Star, yeah, I'm gonna do a photo of it. You remember what the RTV looked like, right? Okay. Orange, side by side.
Correct.
Right. All right. Now, you had stated in your direct examination that Lieutenant Ballard had sprayed Blue Star essentially all over the RTV, and it fluoresced.
In various locations, yes.
Okay. Now, so that stuff fluoresced, and you had taken already at this point in time, because you did the tractor first, right?
Correct.
All right, so you're doing the tractor first, and then you go to help with the RTV, and it fluoresced with the Blue Star, but you didn't take any swabs of the RTV.
Correct.
Okay. None from the bed, none from the inside.
I didn't take any on scene, though.
Okay. Going back to the tractor real quick, because
Yes, sir.
on this good picture yet, there was some other testing done on it later, but I just wanted to ask you. This is Stewart 21.
Okay.
You can see the seat in that, right?
Correct.
Do you recall when you were looking at the tractor, was the seat on the tractor, was it pushed all the way backwards?
I
If
don't.
you don't know, you don't.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you would have manipulated the seat while you were taking photographs and taking the contact swabs?
I mean, if I would have done anything while looking for evidence, I mean, typically tractor seats will fold up, so if you grab for transport, you can grab the back and flip them up. I may have done that to look underneath it, but I don't recall moving it forward or backwards.
Okay. I want to go ahead. During the break, I had showed you what had been previously marked as Stewart Defense 1 through 4, and then Stewart Defense 14 through 30, I believe. Do you have those photographs?
I do, sir.
Okay. And when you reviewed those, are those fair and accurate depictions of the photographs you took that day?
I would agree, yes, sir.
Judge, at this point in time, we'd move into defense exhibits 1 through 4 and 14 through 30 Stewart defense.
All right.
I said what to.
All right, they're mid.
Okay. Lieutenant Stewart is going to be kind of, I think I've got it sorted out, but so we're going to look at 1 first, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's a photograph inside the barn.
Okay.
Okay, and in that photograph, looks like you got a water hose leading over to a drain, and then on the right side of the photograph, it looks like it's connected to a water outlet.
Yes.
Okay. Was this area of the barn, to the best of your knowledge, was there any Blue Star ever used?
I didn't do it. I don't know if anybody else did, but I don't think so.
Did you take any swabs for potential DNA around any part of this part of the barn?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, number 2. I'll give it a test run. 2. That does nothing.
Just, or you can click it up top. But.
Let's see. That did nothing either. So,
I can see if it helps. I can see the mouse moving around up here on the screen. So.
Okay. No, we're just trying to figure out if I can make it move smoother. This photograph is just essentially the same as number 1, just showing a different angle.
Correct, sir.
All right. Stewart Defense 3. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's a drain that's in the floor of the barn.
Okay. Now, is that the same drain that you can see in 1 and 2?
Correct.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, was any Blue Star used there or any DNA taken?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay. And number 4, That's just a close-up
It's
picture of the
it's a
drain?
close-up picture of the drain to show the mulch and stuff that's on the drain.
Okay, and just to keep things in order, I'm gonna go ahead and close those. Now, I'd turn your attention to number 14, Stewart Defense 14.
Yes, sir.
Now, in that photograph, that's upstairs in the apartment, correct?
It looks to be, yes, sir.
All right, and you're aware that that was Scott Farris's apartment?
Correct.
When did you learn that that's where Scott Farris or a person named Scott Farris lived there?
I can't give you an exact timeline when I learned that, whether it was on scene or afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. So that is, I don't know why now it's decided to change. So that's 15. Is that a photograph looking into the bedroom of the apartment?
If you go to the next one, I would say yes. Looking at the 16, the next photo, yes, I would say it's going into the bedroom. That same dresser's in the photo.
Okay, so that would have been, at least you know now, that would have been Scott Farris's bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. That was 14, 15, 16.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you now what is Defense 17. That's the sink in the bathroom of the apartment.
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
Okay. And 18, that is the bathtub in the apartment.
Yes.
And number 19 is also the bathtub in the apartment.
Yes.
Now, regarding this bathroom, were any Blue Star sprayed or any swabs taken anywhere in the bathroom?
Not to my knowledge, sir, no.
Now back to... You'd rather get, somehow I lost. Well, let's go there. What's your next number you have up there?
The one that I have after is 20, which is it's the picture of the side of it. Looks like the side of a bed with a dog crate with pillows on top of it.
Okay, let me do this real quick.
It says D20 on it.
D20, that's fine.
That's it.
All right, so you can see it. So D20, that's in the bedroom.
I would assume because there's a bed right next to it. So
All right, and you can see that there's dog feces all over the ground.
yes.
Okay. Did you see that a lot throughout the apartment?
I'd have to go back and review every single photo to look at it, but there was some. You can see in the pictures, the next couple pictures in various locations.
Okay. Well, for the next picture, Stewart Defense 21.
Yes.
You can see that that's also in the bedroom.
Correct.
Okay. You also found, where you photographed, a credit card for Gary Farris, Bank of America. Do you recall that? And that's photograph 23, or I'm sorry, 22.
I don't recall where it was found or anything, but
Okay.
if
Do
it's
you
in my
know-
string of photos, I took it. So
Well, my question is, did you find it and don't recall, or did you just take a photograph and another detective found it?
I don't know.
Okay.
So whether I was with another detective or whatever, and they found it, I know I take pictures to document everything.
I know, would it be fair, though, that if you found this, it was in the barn?
If you say so, but if it's in with the barn photos, then yes, it was in the barn.
It was in the barn, all right. So that is 22, and then 23 is a photograph of a laptop with an Under Armour sticker on it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall where that was found?
I would assume in the barn, but I don't know exactly where in the barn.
Okay. Now, with that laptop, do you recall, was that laptop packaged up and taken into evidence?
I don't know if it was taken or not. I photographed it, but I don't know if one of the detectives took it.
Okay. And turn your attention now to 24. Is the computer's open, and then you have this series of letters and numbers, looks possibly passwords. Did that have any significance to you, or you're just documenting?
I'm just documenting.
Do you know whether or not that, along with or was that in the computer taken into evidence, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, just took the photograph and
Typically, when you're photographing a crime scene, you document everything you can and
move on.
move on. Yes.
Okay. Now, you also, because you had testified with Mr. Fogus, that you had also found several bullets, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me go ahead and pull this up. You recall out at the scene, or in the barn actually, you found 38 caliber special bullets.
Correct.
Right. You took some photographs. I don't have those photographs up, but you also found some 380 bullets. Do you recall that?
Without looking at the pictures, no, but I remember. I mean, I took pictures of multiple different calibers of ammunition.
Okay. And you also, and Mr. Fogus had showed you on direct examination the 32 caliber pistol.
Correct.
Right. And that pistol had the ammunition in it.
It had 6 rounds in it. Correct. Unfired.
Do you recall finding any specifically 32 caliber ammunition at the scene?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, 38 special. Do you know what kind of bullet was supposedly used in this case?
I mean, I've learned after the fact of 38, but I mean, I just documenting possibly. I was just documenting what the bullets I found on scene.
At this point in time, when you're actually taking this photograph, you were just documenting it, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you find any 38 special handguns in the barn?
No.
Okay. So,
There was several guns in the barn. The rifles and
we'll get
on the
to
wall,
that
and
in just a
then
second.
the 32 caliber, but I don't remember a 38.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
So 25, that's just a photograph of a box of 38 special ammunition.
Yes.
So 25, 26 is showing a full box of ammunition.
Correct.
27, just a close-up of 38 special.
Correct.
And 28 is just another photograph of 38 special box.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. All right. So, you also went out to the main house and searched out there, correct? Or you assisted Detective Hayes?
I assisted Hayes and Carter in different times.
Okay.
I helped Hayes in various areas and Carter in various areas.
Now, out at the main house, did you find or photograph any bullets?
I don't remember, honestly.
But you do recall, well, is it fair to say that the only place you recall finding ammunitions and firearms in this case is in the barn?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now you also documented, while out at the barn, other ammunition that was found. Do you recall that?
Yes. Looks like a drawer of a dresser.
Okay. And by looking at Stewart Defense 29, can you see what type of ammunition that is?
Yeah, looks like they're 38 special.
Okay. And that is, you got 3 38 specials in Stewart 29, 2 other ones in Stewart 30, is that correct?
Yes.
And then in Stewart 31, 2 other 38 specials?
Yes.
Or it could be the same 2. Do you recall how many bullets were found in the drawer?
I don't.
Okay. You had talked about, with Mr. Fogus, you talked a little bit, like you've had some training in blood spatter analysis.
Yes.
The 90-degree drops. When you were in the house, did you notice any blood drops in the house?
And when I was walking around, I noticed some blood, but I didn't really pay any attention to the 90-degree drops because I'd been tasked to focus on certain things when I was in the house. Help me with this, help me with this, help me with this.
Okay. Is it fair to say that, and I'm just speaking generally, Okay?
Okay.
So if blood falls straight down, I think you testified on direct that you will get just a circle.
Now you might get some splash depending on how high it comes from, but typically a blood droplet when it comes off of an object is round due to the viscosity of the blood. So when it hits, it'll be round. Now you're going to get obviously splash off of it, but the initial drop is round. Yes.
Okay. You get some round with some splash.
Potentially, yes.
Now, what if the source of the blood is in motion? You would get then like a splash that goes with the motion.
You can technically. So like, you tell directionality of blood drops by tails. So if you look at any kind of blood spatter, it'll be, if it's, let's say I had it on my fingers and I slung it. The blood drop as it hit the wall would be elongated. Imagine skipping a stone, right? So the blood drop would be elongated when it hit, and then some more of it would come off and basically make a tail. So it would look like imagine a tadpole on the wall. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or on the floor or whatever.
And the tail would be behind.
The tail would be the direction that it's going.
The tail is the direction it's going.
Right. So imagine, because I think it's force. So when I do this, if it was on my fingers, it's going to hit and impact, and it's going to basically point in the direction that it's going.
Okay. And would that be the same if the person was walking or running?
I mean, it depends, but could.
It could be. Okay.
Yes.
So theoretically, you should be able to, or you can, like if you had a blood trail, tell the direction of the blood trail. That is a possibility.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Fogus had also, there was a lot of photographs of I'm not going to pull them back up, of the tack room. There was a lot of ropes and chains and things like that you testified that you saw?
Yes.
With that, did you take, or if you know, did any of the other investigators take any of those things into evidence?
I mean, not that I know of.
Did you find any ropes or chains inside the main house separate from the barn?
I don't recall seeing any, no.
Okay. So then it's fair to say that the only place you found any ropes or chains would have been in the barn?
Correct.
Okay. Now, 1 second, because it was real far down. Mr. Fogus to talk to you about States 125. I just want to ask you, did you found States 125, which is the Part D equity form?
Correct. It came out of the. That's one of the things that came out of the garbage can downstairs.
Okay. Anywhere on that list do you see Gary Farris's name or the name Farris?
If you'll give me just a second, let me review it.
Yep.
No.
Okay. You don't see Gary's name? Okay.
No, but it's in alphabetical order, so there would be no way that there's an F on there for Farris. If you look, it's all in alphabetical order.
Correct. And so, but you would have taken everything that was in that trash can and laid it down and took photographs, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't in there.
Correct.
Okay. Also, State 126. This is the tax bill you testified about.
Yeah, it's a tax statement. Yes.
All right. And you'll see that tax bill is in the name of Gary and Melody.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you spent a good portion of July the 6th helping Detective Hayes look for the alleged firearm, correct?
We looked in several locations in the house, the closet, the study, various locations.
Okay. Didn't find anything inside the house?
As far as a firearm?
Yeah.
We didn't find a firearm, no.
Okay. Yeah, so no firearms in the house. You also searched the compost pile for firearms?
Yeah, so we took I think that was actually on the first day, because the compost pile was directly in front of the tractor. So one of the investigators on scene, Corporal Olenek, he grabbed the metal detector and to kind of metal detect that area around where the compost pile was. And myself and investigator Duncan took shovels and also moved stuff around, through the compost pile and in various areas around the compost pile while he was using the metal detector in search of any sort of evidence, firearm, you name it.
Okay. You had also talked about with the trash can that you had taken swabs of the trash can.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether those were packaged up and placed into evidence?
They were.
Were they sent off to the crime lab to be tested to the best of your knowledge?
I would assume so, but I don't want to say for certain under oath. Be wrong.
Yeah, if you don't know, you don't know.
So.
There was also the Detective Hayes had called you to photograph some shoes and a shirt that he found.
Correct.
Correct? Now, do you know, or did you see Detective Hayes find the shirt?
I don't recall if I was in the room when he found the shirt or not.
Okay, so you don't know where the shirt was located in the house?
I believe the shirt was in a closet, but I'm not 100% sure. No.
Okay, so like if I asked, was it hanging up? Was it in the dirty clothes? Was it on the floor? You don't know?
That I don't know, no.
Okay, and you photographed that shirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. And also you photographed two sets of shoes.
Correct.
There was one set of shoes. You didn't actually do the swabbing for the preliminary blood test, correct?
Correct.
All right, that was another investigator?
Yeah, but I don't remember which one it was, honestly.
Okay. And did you take those items into your possession, or did Detective Hayes take those items?
I did not take those items into my possession to be processed as evidence, so I would assume it would have been one of the detectives.
Okay, so you were strictly photographing them?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just 1 second, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Lieutenant.
This is Station Exhibit Riley 1. It's a calendar there. You were there, so July 2018. July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You went there July 5th, is that right?
5th and 6th, yes.
All right. Do you know anything about what occurred in the evening of July 3rd?
I do not.
Do you have any idea, or were you involved in the time of death when Gary was shot and killed?
No.
How about on July 4th? Were you there at all?
No, I believe the initial 911 call came out on the 5th, which is for what we're here in court for. So I went out there that night, but I didn't go out there before then.
All right, so July 3rd, July 4th, those 2 days, didn't know what was going on at the property or anything, right?
No clue, sir.
Did you find the gun that was used in this case?
No.
So it was missing?
Yes.
But you found bullets and things like that in the barn?
Yes.
But there were several days that passed, but no gun was found.
Correct.
And you were asked about things that you found in the barn. Do you know, was there any towels that were wet or in dryers or washer or dryer or anything in the barn?
I don't remember, honestly.
Was there any clothing that looked like had suit or anything like that in the barn?
In the barn? No.
Any shoes that were wet or other shoes that had possibly blood on them?
In the barn? No.
Sure.
No, not in the barn.
Nothing like that in the barn?
No.
Ms. Franklin has a good question. Did you find any blood to the naked eye or anything like that in the barn? Any indication that there was blood there?
No, sir.
Nothing further, John.
Yes.
It looks like it's in a dresser drawer, a nightstand drawer. It's a photograph of the items that are in it.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. We can move to Juror Stewart, defense 31.
No objection.
And Judge, I'll test out taping because I did kind of scan this one. If you'll hit it for me. Oh, right here.
No, the camera should be.
There we go. Hey, look, it worked. Lieutenant Stewart, do you recall if the drawer we were talking about earlier in the barn apartment, is that a photograph of it?
I don't remember, but I mean, it could be.
Okay. And well, you can see right here, because we were talking about bullets earlier in
Correct.
Stewart 30 and 32, or I'm sorry, 29, 30, and 31.
Yes, sir.
You can see I'm pointing to them right now, kind of in the center of the photographs. Those are the bullets you were taking photographs of?
I mean, I would guess so, yes.
Okay.
If it's the same drawer, then yes.
Okay. And also, on the barn upstairs, because we had talked a lot, or a little bit about the animal feces in the barn.
Yes.
Oh, what do you just turn it off, Judge? Just leave it? Oh, okay. And so I mean, it's fair to say that the upstairs apartment was fairly dirty, right?
And it was lived in, yes.
Yeah, okay. But if we look at number 17, you would agree with me that is quite the clean sink, right?
I mean, it's cleanish, yes. But
All right.
if you look at the corners, there's stuff all in the corners of the sink.
Okay. What about the bathtub, though? Stewart Defense 30.
Looks like a bathtub.
Okay. Clean, though, right?
Cleanish, yeah.
All right. And he's got up here on the top, looks like a magic eraser.
That's what it looks like to me.
All right. And then in 29, still clean, right?
Yes.
Okay. And not that it was your responsibility, but to the best of your knowledge, there was no luminol or any DNA or anything taken from the
Not that I
back.
know of, sir, no.
Okay. And if I can approach you, get those photographs from you.
This is what you want, sir.
No other questions. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Anything, Mr. Fergus?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, call your next witness.
Charles Westbrook.
Stand up and stretch while we're bringing next witness in.
Stand behind it. Sheriff Wood. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that evidence you about present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a seat. I'm going to go ahead and open that microphone. If you would state your full name for the record.
It's Charles Roger Westbrook,
Where do you work and what do you do?
the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I'm a sergeant and I work in the Behavioral Health Unit Crisis Response Team.
Or you work where again? I'm sorry. Speak a little bit louder if you would, please.
I'm working in the Behavioral Health Unit Crisis Response Team. It's a co-responder unit.
What is that? Tell me what that is.
So we have a mental health professional and myself. We respond to mental health crises, suicides, people in distress, people experiencing psychosis, and then we do follow-ups and try to get people connected into treatment to reduce the number of folks that go to jail or end up in the hospitals if we can.
Okay. Kind of like community policing aspect or something you do. How long have you been doing that?
For a little over a year now.
What type of training do you have to do that?
I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in counseling, and I'm also a licensed professional counselor. Worked for about 15 years in the mental health field before I became a law enforcement officer.
Does our sheriff emphasize more than just catch them, lock them up? Does he try to do things like this?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing that?
We started crisis intervention team training probably 2004 or 5, training officers in behavioral health issues and how to do crisis intervention.
Does the sheriff put an emphasis on compassion or community policing in this way?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Now, when were you post-certified?
Started the sheriff's office in 1999. Did the academy. I think I graduated in probably May of 2000.
Where'd you go?
To North Central.
Where's that at?
It was down in Kennesaw. It's in Austell now.
And after you got out of the academy, what'd you start doing for them? Did you go here or somewhere else?
Here. So worked in the jail for a little bit, did court staff security, then I went to uniform patrol, and then CID.
That seems to be common starting out in the jail. A lot of officers do that.
Yes, sir.
Is that mandatory or something they just do?
For most cases, it is. There are some lateral people hired in laterally that are already in patrol or CID. They can hire in directly into those units here. But generally speaking, most people go through working in the jail.
And at some point, what's your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Okay, no, we just had Lieutenant Stewart, and I forgot to ask him his rank, but obviously he's a lieutenant, but ask him about the rank structure. Sheriff's Office. Sergeant's at supervisory capacity?
Yes, sir.
And how many, are we fully staffed in the Sheriff's Office around the moment, or are we down because of everything?
I think we're down still. I don't know the exact numbers, but we're still doing hiring and promoting the positions.
Now, I want to turn your attention back to July 5th, 2018. Obviously, you know why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
And did you get called out to 2511 Purcell Lane, the Farris' residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you went out there, tell the jury just what your aspect was and what your duties or what you did that day.
Okay. So I was in the Criminal Investigation Division, and I was a supervisor on the evening shift, crimes against persons. We responded to and assigned cases mostly for family violence. And that particular day, we came in on the shift, and were told that there was a missing persons / death investigation going on at Purcell Lane, and we were asked to come out there and assist.
Now, July 5th was that Thursday. Do you remember about what time you got out there that afternoon?
Probably late in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly, but I'd say somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock, somewhere in that area.
911 calls around 12:45 or so. So you got it after that.
Yes, sir.
When you got there, were you assigned to? Did you go and actually do anything right off the bat, or what were you doing?
We were standing by at first, waiting for some direction. Crime scene was there doing some stuff. And then we were tasked with different duties. I assisted in the area where the burning pit was, where trash had been burned and where the body had been discovered.
Now, the parties are not arguing over that. Was Gary Farris was found in the burn pile. So when you got there, from what you knew when you arrived, was this you were there responding to medical emergency, or you were there responding to something more? When you responded to the scene, did you know, hey, this is a criminal investigation? Or
Right.
This was
Right. It was a criminal investigation. First responders had already been out there, secured the scene, and the day shift crimes against personnel were out there, start leading the investigation. So we were called out to assist.
Did you go out to the burn pit?
Yes, sir.
Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the remains?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything at some point that catch y'all's attention?
Yes, sir. When everything had been kind of sectioned off and pieces of the remains were being placed on a table, and there was a section that was identified as a part of the chest cavity, and I saw something that was inconsistent with the rest of the burned and charred material. Looked almost like a pencil eraser in there, and pointed it out to forensics, and it was identified as a projectile from a bullet, from a cartridge.
Dr. Gooding, was she processing the scene?
Yes, sir. She was there.
Did she put into a grid system? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
help with any of the systematic search or sifting of the remains?
I helped set up some of the grid off system and removing some of the other brush that was not part of the fire. Or the
Did you
burn.
work with other detectives? Is it detectives or investigators? I think we say detectives.
At that time, we had different rank structure, investigator, detective, sergeant.
Well,
Now,
that's going to make it really confusing for me.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to refer to them as detectives.
Okay.
Were there other detectives there?
yes, sir.
Kuykendall, one of them?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did you end up going and looking in the house, the main house?
Yes, sir. I went in with him, starting some of the preliminary searches.
You able to go into the washroom area and find anything in the washing machine?
Yes, sir. There is a mudroom and a laundry room that's off of the garage that goes into the main part of the house. There's a washer and a dryer there, and in the washing machine there were some wet towels.
Did you go into the garage and see any vehicles in the garage?
Yes, sir. There were 2 vehicles, a Toyota Sequoia and a Mercedes.
And did you know that the Sequoia was one of the defendant, Melody Farris, was driving?
It was identified as hers, yes, sir.
And did you see Melody Farris there at the scene?
Maybe from a distance. I think she was talking to some of the other detectives earlier in the day.
Talk to Hayes and other people.
Yes, sir.
You weren't really interviewing people or anything like that?
Not at that time, no, sir.
But when you looked in the Sequoia, the defense Sequoia, did you find some receipts and things like that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then were pictures taken and turned over, other officers grabbed those things?
Yes, sir. Crime scene had already been through the house taking pictures, and then we went back through and started identifying and collecting evidence.
Now, you went on July 6th, I think was so Friday, you go back to the scene?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 6th when we actually collected those items.
Okay. And on July 6th, you also collected the victim's wallet, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to mark this for identification as Westbrook 1. I'll hand it to you. I know you've looked at it, we've gone through that. See if you recognize that to be the wallet you found inside Ferris's residence.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, where did you, based on the ECR, where did you find in your report, where was it found?
The kitchen counter.
And that was on, that was on the ECR, is where that was written?
Yes, sir.
Was there other stuff that you remember on the counter?
There was, I believe there was a purse, and there was a credit card that was identified to me to put into evidence as well.
Do me a favor, take Westbrook 1, look through it, make sure that's the wallet, and has those credit cards and stuff that you found.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
To the best of your memory recollection, is that the wallet that you recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
Pretty much in the same condition as it was for the most part?
Yes, sir.
This time I tendered that as Westbrook 1.
Nice, good.
What I'm gonna do if I can do this right, technology and I are not good friends. Judge, I'm gonna try to use this envelope thing. All right, what I'm doing, I'm gonna make a record, so I'm gonna talk as I do this. I have Westbrook Run 1, which is Gary's wallet in my hands. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And do you see me taking out all the cards and things inside?
Yes, sir.
And I'm putting that down, then the rest of the wallet is pretty much empty, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm putting on the L mode, Westbrook 1, which is a the one that has a light bulb
Yep.
image right there.
There we go. And if you zoom in, then it will.
Listen, I'm a lawyer. It's not put it past me now.
If you do the dial on top, it'll zoom in, and then it'll autofocus when it does that.
All right. This appears to be a black leather wallet. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the wallet, and then what I'm going to do. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Judge, is this a system where you can take a picture or snapshot?
You can take a picture.
Judge, do
there's
you
a
mind
little-
assisting me, because I do not know how to do that.
There's a button for it. I don't know. Yeah, if y'all let me know what you're doing before you do it, then we can. I don't think there's an SD card on it, but it may have internal memory. Yeah, you can take a picture with your phone and then we can do it, but I know there's a picture option. We haven't used that in 4 years.
I should have thought this through. There you go, somehow.
It did a little, look like a little snap
It
there.
did.
Yeah. I think
So what I'm going to do with the court's permission, I'll just take a picture of this and
That's
supplement to
fine.
the record. Mr. Ray, Mr. Weaver, y'all good with that?
Absolutely.
So y'all good with me taking pictures and stuff?
Yeah.
like that?
Print it out.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more.
Yeah, okay, so it is trying to take a picture, but there is no SD card because we haven't, like I said, used it in 4 years. So take a picture with your phone and we can get one in there for next time. You have to hit the center button into the next.
Policy.
Yeah, the menu system for that is particularly terrible.
Take one more picture here. You would not, sir, would you remove any cards and discard anything that was found in the wallet?
No, sir.
Is your procedure, when you find some evidence, to keep it in the same or substantial similar condition as when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you would not add anything to it?
No, sir.
You would not take anything away?
No, sir.
You would not tamper or otherwise mess or do anything else to the evidence?
No, sir.
Best of your knowledge, that's how his wallet was when it was found.
Yes, sir.
You know, do you have any idea where it was found in the house or where it was before it was on the counter?
No, sir, I don't.
And did you have to go back and look at the property receipts to remind yourself where you had obtained it from?
Yes, sir.
But you don't know how it got from wherever to there.
No, sir, I don't.
No other credit cards or debit cards. What it is, what it is. What's in there is what was in there.
Yes, sir. It's listed on the evidence control record.
July 11th, did you go with Kuykendall to Burr & Foreman, the law firm Gary worked for?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you talk to, I think, Angela Phillips there?
Yes, sir.
And then you said you found the towels and whatnot in the washer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you have those turned over to the crime scene unit that collected those towels?
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I just have one moment. may want to redirect another sign.
All right.
Trey?
Is it Lieutenant Westbrook now?
No, sir, it's Sergeant.
Westbrook?
Yes, sir.
Michael Ray, I represent Ms. Farris. Going to the wallet real quick. You said you found it, did you find it on the 5th or the 6th?
The 6th.
But you were out there on the 5th too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the house was searched on the 5th too, right?
There was some searching, I believe on the 5th. It's kind of hard for me to remember. It's a little bit fuzzy, but it seems like we did go into the house on the 5th, and we're looking in some parts and then went back on the 6th.
Okay. Now, also, with the wallet. With the wallet, according to your testimony to detective, or to Mr. Focus, that was everything that was found in the wallet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is it your testimony that there was no cash found in that wallet?
I don't recall any cash, and I don't think there's anything on the ECR as far as cash, but
Okay. If there was cash in the wallet, would it be held in evidence or deposited into the sheriff's escrow account?
I think normally it would just be kept in evidence because it's part of the crime scene. So as far as I know.
Okay, so as far as you know, if there was cash in that wallet, it would be in the wallet now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you did a couple of things other than the wallet that was found. So, and let me just also back up real quick. So just to clarify, that wallet was found by you on the counter in the kitchen of the main house on July the 6th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know how it got on the counter?
No, sir.
You don't know where the wallet originally was?
No, sir.
Okay. You also had searched Ms. Farris's Toyota, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to approach with some photographs for you to look at real quick.
Judge, I stipulated it.
And he stipulated that they're authentic, so I'm just going to go ahead and move to admit Westbrook D 1 through 4.
Objection?
No, Judge.
They're admitted.
And Sergeant, you just keep those with you. Now, what day did you search the Toyota?
I believe it was the 6th.
Okay. You can look at. Judge, can you switch me here? You can look at Westbrook Defense 1. That is a front gate receipt for Lake Lanier Islands, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that the date on that is July 4th at 1:54 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like it's a receipt for parking at Lake Lanier.
It says front gate, so
Okay, but
access. I imagine it would be access to the.
in the middle of the receipt, you can see it says 15
Oh, okay, yeah,
1-1 park.
yeah.
Okay. So that is one day before July the 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now also, with that, you had, because you had written some reports in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
On Westbrook Defense 2, that is also a photograph of the Lake Lanier parking receipt, as well as a receipt of something, a customer copy of something, correct?
Yes, or something Farms and Company, Birmingham Highway.
Okay. You can you see, well, you've actually got it, but you can, I'll zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, you can see it looks like Scottsdale Farms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. July the 2nd, 2018, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like At least this receipt is for $118.51.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Westbrook Defense 3. That is a copy of a bank receipt.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Wells Fargo bank receipt, to be specific. Is that correct? Wells Fargo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me pull up for us a little better photograph. Okay, that's a checking, looks like an ATM receipt, right?
Yes, sir.
Where looks like money had been withdrawn, approximately $100.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can also see from that receipt that the available balance, at least in that main, what it actually says main account, is $11,046.85.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall your report? Do you have a copy of it?
I don't have it in front of me, no,
Well,
sir.
let me ask you first, then you may not need it. In your report, you had listed out things that you had identified, and you had listed out the Lake Lanier Island receipt, AJS pit stop, a MAPCO receipt, and a Fuel City, I'm assuming, receipt. But you didn't list this. Do you recall that?
I don't recall seeing that, no, sir.
Okay. If it wasn't listed in your report, why do you think you'd leave that?
I don't know, sir.
And just to be clear too, when did you search the car on the 6th?
I believe that's what the ECR says, yes, sir, the
Okay.
6th.
And did you actually take the physical copies of these receipts into evidence?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay. But you did take the photographs.
No, sir, I didn't take the photographs.
You didn't take but you were there when it was searched.
I was there when it was searched, yes, sir.
Okay. Because that's what your report says, is that you searched the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also did one other thing. You interviewed a woman named Angela Phillips. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was Gary Phillips' former secretary?
Administrative assistant, yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe it was you and Detective Kuykendall
Yes, sir.
interviewed her. Y'all did that interview down at Burr & Foreman offices?
Yes, sir.
And that interview was, I think it was audio and video recorded, correct?
I believe it was audio, but not video, no,
Okay.
sir.
Do you recall whether or not, did you interview Ms. Phillips any more or only that one time?
I don't recall talking to her again. I remember interviewing there during that session, but I don't recall talking to her again.
Okay. And you had, because I believe you interviewed her around the 11th, right?
Yes, sir.
With Kuykendall.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And her demeanor when you told her what had happened is that she was extremely upset, correct?
That's what I documented.
Okay.
I don't really recall a whole lot about the
Say it
interview.
with-
I don't recall
You
a
got a
whole lot
deep
of.
voice.
I don't recall a whole lot about the interview as far as her demeanor and stuff, but I do remember documenting and just using some of that information.
Okay. And because Detective Kuykendall was actually kind of lead on that, right?
I was doing a forensic victimology
Yes.
of Mr. Farris, and Kuykendall accompanied me to do that.
Okay. All right. Just 1 second. Actually, let me approach you, get those photographs real quick from you. One thing, during the interview that you had with Ms. Phillips, do you recall her establishing that she had had an ongoing affair with Gary Farris?
During that interview?
Yes.
No, sir.
Not during that interview?
Not during that interview, no, sir.
Okay. Since you had searched the Toyota, what we'll call Melody's car, did you not also search Gary's car, the Mercedes?
I don't recall. Honestly, I know they were there. I listed the the cars in the report, but I don't have a memory of that.
Okay. And you don't recall, because we have no photographs of Gary's car. Do you recall you or anybody else taking any photograph of Gary's Mercedes?
Not in my presence that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Ray, can I see your photographs of that?
Yeah. I'll put them up there.
These are the defense. I think this is Westbrook D4 that you're looking at on the screen. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Read into the record for me the customer card number. Don't worry about all the X's, just the numbers after that.
The last 4 digits are 0078.
You have any idea whose card that is or where it came from?
Not off the top of my head, sir. No, sir.
Any idea where that card was found during the investigation?
Not that I know of. It may have been one of the ones in the wallet. I don't know. I have to look at my notes to see.
Look at Westbrook. What's this one here? But I'm looking for one in particular. And this is, there it is, Westbrook D2. Can you make out on this one the last 4 digits on this receipt?
0078.
For the record, I'm going to mark the photographs of the wallet and the cars as Westbrook 2, Westbrook 3, intimidation evidence.
Okay.
And we'll mark those when I get some exhibit stickers.
Already got those down on here?
Yes, Judge.
Wow, that's impressive.
I believe that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you.
I just had a couple. Sir, I wanted to, because you had stated on cross that you were doing a victimology.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that victimology was about Gary. Okay. And because I've got kind of your report on that, you know, it's just really just a couple paragraphs, right?
The report, yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So you went as part of that to talk to Angela Phillips,
Yes, sir.
Gary's secretary for 30 years.
Administrative assistant, yes, sir.
Okay. How did you know to go talk to her? Who did you learn that information from?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know that Sergeant Hands asked me to do the victimology report.
Okay.
And then somewhere in our discussions, it may have been with him and Kuykendall to go down there and to interview her, but I don't remember who said that to me.
Okay. So you don't recall where you learned it, but eventually somehow you learned it and you went to go talk to her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you also aware that Angela Phillips had moved here in 1995 along with Gary
Yes, sir.
and Melody and the children?
Yes, sir.
Did you not think in that interview, or did you ask her about whether or not her and Gary had ever had an affair before when you interviewed her?
I don't remember asking the specific question. I do remember writing in my report that there was no indication at that time that there'd been an affair.
You can say that last part again?
There was no indication at that time that there'd been an affair between Gary Farris and Angela Phillips.
Okay. Were you at the interview where Ms. Phillips admitted that there had been some type of affair later on?
No, sir, I wasn't in that interview. I was informed that, I think, by Detective Hayes.
Okay. But you were informed of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Did you ever think for one moment that Angela had anything to do with the killing?
No, sir.
Did you know whether or not that affair was at that time or way in the past?
When I was informed about it later on, I was told that she had said that they had just decided at that time that it was inappropriate and they'd cut it off.
Was that at the time or in the past?
In the past.
But nothing makes you think she's a suspect in this, has anything to do with this, has any motive related to her whatsoever, right?
No, sir.
All right, follow.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Probably a good time for us to break for lunch. All right. Did I talk to y'all about lunch this morning yet? About maybe the rest of the week? Okay. All right. So we'll talk about that more in the afternoon, but we'll break for recess for lunch. Y'all be back here at 1:15, and we'll try to get up and running as quickly after that as we can. Again, don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case, everything that I've told you so far. Remember all those things and follow those instructions. All right, anything else? Y'all can be excused. All right, anything we need to take up? When we installed that 10 years ago, we had to turn off that light because it cast a shadow on the document camera. And then maintenance came through one day and was like, that bulb's out. We're going to replace it. And they walked up and tightened it back up. And I'm like, yeah, y'all got to get back on a ladder and unscrew that. There's also, this one went to the other one, which I don't know if it'll work with it or not, but this one has a coin remote and it hasn't been used in forever. Coin battery. We have a portable one somewhere, but I also think all of our stuff got surplused. Y'all walked to lunch. Well, that was brilliant. That was the smarter. So y'all went over to Panera and got if you go to Panera, go get your unlimited drink cup. All right.
Thank you, please, court. State calls Melody Thrasher. Ms. Thrasher, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name for the record.
Melanie Thrasher,
Spell it for us if you would, please.
Melanitrasher.
What is your title at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a crime scene technician.
And how long have you been doing that type of work?
I was certified in 2018, and then I went, and it was extra duty. I was also the evidence supervisor, and then in 2022, I went full-time crime scene.
All right, tell the jury if you would, kind of just give a little bit more information about how, are you a post-certified officer?
No, I'm not.
So kind of, did you come in from the civilian side and start working?
Yes, I did.
Just kind of give them a story of how you got into it and then how your job progressed and what you actually did.
And this is a second career for me. In 2012, I joined the sheriff's office. I had pursued more education, and I received a paralegal certificate. At that time, I looked for a job and found the one at the sheriff's office. And I worked in evidence, like I said, from 2012 till 2022. In that time, around 2016, I became the supervisor, and then I got interested in crime scene through all the investigators coming into our office. So I pursued that, got the recommended required training to become a certified crime scene technician.
What did you do before you came into law enforcement?
My bachelor's is in horticulture.
Okay.
So my last job prior to the sheriff's office is I was the full-time gardener for someone who owned a 110-acre estate.
What did you do and things like that at that place?
I was responsible for most of the grounds. I did everything from mow grass, plant trees, cut down trees. I drove a tractor, Kubota tractor. I have also a side-by-side, a chipper shredder, so I did a lot.
Pretty much everything?
Yes,
Did you enjoy that type of work?
I did.
You said that you were in evidence. Tell the jury what you mean by being in evidence. Where did you sit every day? What did you do? What was that job like?
Okay. The evidence department for the sheriff's office is at the headquarters building. There's 3 individuals that work in the department. We receive the evidence, log it in as per code sections for the state of Georgia, follow all the rules of chain of custody, preserve the chain of custody, provide the evidence when needed for court, so things like that.
When evidence is collected, as it is in this case, at some point physically has to come into the sheriff's office. What is the procedure for evidence to come in, and where does it go, and how is it secured? Is it just like a big room, or tell the jury, kind of describe what the evidence process and location is?
It's a large climate-controlled warehouse, generally speaking. We do have some exterior areas, but there are prescribed methods for storing anything that's got DNA or anything like that. It has to be climate-controlled. There are different areas where different types of evidence are stored: money, drugs, jewelry, guns, things like that. So.
Do you have things that you document when evidence comes in and it's logged in?
Yes. We document who we received it from. The deputy will sign their name. At that time, it was to a paper document. Now it's all computerized. And then we mark where we store it, so it's always available.
How particular is the sheriff's office on maintaining exact records and control of the evidence itself?
It's vital. It's the most vital thing you can do. When I left, there were about 28,000 items in evidence. If you aren't careful and don't store it where you say, good luck finding it.
So in this case, I think one of the things you did is at the scene, all the evidence was kind of brought to you, and y'all transport it back to the sheriff's office?
At the time, yes. So that over the first day, it ran into the second day early in the morning. So at that time, anything that was collected most things that were collected to that point, Rachel Eckert and I brought it back for storage.
So if something was found by an officer, they would bring it to y'all. Y'all would make sure it was properly packaged or whatnot, and then bring it back to the sheriff's office and log it in and
Correct.
do that part.
Correct.
So I think y'all did. Is it true y'all did all the evidence except for the remains and the tractors and the side by side?
Correct.
So all the other evidence is basically given to y'all and y'all transport back.
Yes.
And then is the evidence as it was in this case, was it sent to some of it sent to the GBI and tested?
Yes.
And then at times you would go pick things up and bring it back from the GBI, or they would bring it back.
Correct.
When you got out of working evidence or property, as sometimes it's referred to, what made you want to get into what I call the CSI aspect?
I am a very curious person, so I like knowing how things work. I like helping solve problems. It was just very intriguing to me, all the various aspects of what goes into the investigation. I am also an avid photographer, and that's a big part of a crime scene. So,
And you and I have had several cases together where you've testified. And would you classify yourself as a big talker or more of a quiet person?
I think you can tell already I'm not a big talker.
Kind of introverted.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. You do great. What do you have to do to qualify to be? First of all, what does it mean to be post-certified?
I'm not post-certified, so I can't get that completely correct, but there's training, and then the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council.
You don't have arrest powers, right?
I do not.
So a fully post-certified officer would have arrest powers?
Yes,
And you do not have that? You just
No.
work for the sheriff's office as a crime scene technician?
I do.
So you can't go put handcuffs on somebody and arrest them or anything like that?
Oh, not at all.
With your personality and your training, are you the one that goes and interviews people and do things like
No,
that?
not at all.
You stick to the property, the scene, the
Yes,
evidence?
I like being behind the scenes.
And what type of training have you had to do your job specifically related to crime scene reconstruction or crime scene investigations or crime scene processing crime scenes?
The state of Georgia the post council is the one that has the standards, but they require it's 224 hours of training, such things as bloodstain pattern analysis. There's 3 different types of fingerprint classes, general crime scene investigation, photography. So those are the main ones. Additionally, in 2022, I went to the National Forensic Academy in Tennessee, which was 400 more hours. And
400? What'd you do there?
Some of the similar classes, but expanded. I've also had 2 classes of shooting reconstruction. I've had a couple of anthropology classes of excavating bodies, some other minor courses.
Do you find your job at times challenging or
Absolutely.
or complicated at times or
Yes.
rewarding?
Yes.
Now, these classes that you take, are they just kind of, if you're present, you pass, everybody gets a trophy type thing?
No, bloodstain pattern analysis and shooting reconstruction have a lot of science behind them as far as physics goes and things like that. So there is some technicalities to it that you definitely need to understand.
So there are standards and things you have to
Yes.
live up to. Do you know Lieutenant Stewart?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you about him under oath per se, but good guy. You work with him.
Yes.
Lieutenant Ballard.
Yes.
Let's see. I guess it was it Sergeant or Lieutenant Shaw at the time?
Sergeant.
And then I think you said also Rachel Eckert, who is now in Florida, used to work with you.
Yes.
And were y'all kind of working, you and Rachel at times, working together and doing stuff?
Yes, we were.
And then they would work together, y'all kind of floating between people at times?
Yes.
But you had certain responsibilities in this case, right?
I did.
I want to turn your attention now to July 5th, that Thursday, 2018. Do you remember about what time you got out at the scene?
Approximately 3:20 p.m.
And do you remember how you got there?
I was tasked with going and getting our big crime scene truck. So I drove it to the scene.
You don't have a police patrol vehicle or anything like that? Is a crime scene
At the
unit
time,
truck?
I did not, yeah.
What is in this vehicle that you drove out there?
It just contains generally all the things we could possibly need. So any test kits, equipment, things like that.
And when you got out to the scene, what do you remember seeing when you first got out there?
It was a very bucolic setting. It was very pretty, reminiscent of where I used to work. Horses. I saw the barn across the field. Came up to the house, parked, very nicely landscaped.
Were you surprised to be working a murder there?
Yes.
When you first arrived, what level or what stage were you at and what type of investigation was going on?
There were quite a few personnel there, but Rachel and I were very new, so we were tagging along behind Lieutenant Ballard and Sergeant Shaw. So we followed them to the back of the house just to do a cursory preview, and the area had been cordoned off with tape.
Did you go out to the burn pit?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was like?
It was still smoldering a little bit. I was told it was still hot. I couldn't tell you for sure who determined that. But it didn't appear to have much left that was unburned.
Was the task for the crime scene technicians, was it broken up to certain kind of divide and conquer things at the scene?
Yes.
I think Lieutenant Stewart was doing like the barn and the tractor, and then other people were at the burn pile. I think Shaw was there. What were you tasked with doing?
Once we determined that we were going to wait on the state anthropologist to come assist, I was tasked with photographing the exterior and interior of the residence, just taking overall photos.
A couple of the things we're going to talk about. So you took outside photographs, is that right?
Yes.
And then at some point you went inside to help process, I think, kind of from the kitchen, the basement door to the steps.
Yes.
And then there's some, what I'm calling some blood trails or blood droppings down in the basement that you were, the stairs themselves and also in the basement floor.
Correct.
And then you help package everything and transport everything. And I believe, for the most part, I think you came back another day and would collect a bunch of cartridge cases and things like that.
That was well after the time period.
But I believe like almost a year later, a little over a year later, came back and collected some firearms, ammunition, and other things there.
Yes.
And that was on the back side of the property, is that right?
Yes, the northwest corner, I believe.
Now, did you have, I've got, you know how we're marking the evidence, it's going to be your last name by number and going through it. Did you have an opportunity to meet with me a couple times and look at all your photographs?
Yes.
And all the photographs that we went over, including photographs, we'll talk about that, were not at the time of the scene, but shows how the house, the furniture in the house, and then sometimes some photographs without furniture in it. In other words, things that were online that showed how the house looked with furniture and without furniture.
Yes.
So Thrasher 1 through 288, did you have an opportunity, are all those fair and accurate photographs as you know it to be in this case?
Yes.
So at this time I'm going to tend to evidence Thrasher 1 through Thrasher 288.
All right, any objections? All right, they're admitted.
You can either look at these or they're admitted. There's some on the screen too, so I'll put them over there in case you want to look at it. Hopefully you can see them on the screen. What I plan to do is kind of walk through the evidence, but arrange it in such a way that we can kind of talk about it as we go. But this is Thrasher 1. Tell us what we're seeing here.
As you come in the driveway from the road, this would be your first view of the house.
Thrasher 2, this pine tree in the middle, can you kind of point to the front door of the residence? Or just, is it, I'll move my mouse, is it right here?
Yes,
Thrasher 3, if you're standing on that main floor, that deck that has that round part to it, is this what you would be looking at?
yes, looking towards the barn.
Thrasher 4, what do we have here?
I believe, oh, that's from the front door looking out.
Now, this is one of those that was from online for the house.
Yes,
If I was opening that front door, this is Thrasher 5. If I'm standing there and looking at this photograph 5, what is in front of us here?
as you walk in the door, that's your first view, is the stairs that go up, or the stairs to upstairs.
If I was standing there and I took a step to the right, what am I going to see?
The kitchen.
And if I took a step to the left, what would I see?
There's a short hallway to a guest bath, and then there's a mud room and a laundry room.
And then those doors right there, halfway down that wall, what is that area there?
It was at the time sort of a library room.
And if I walked down that hallway to the back of the house, would I go to the master bedroom?
Yes,
6, just looking back to the front door.
correct.
7, just looking at an angle going towards the kitchen where a kitchen table is going to be. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
8, what's this here?
Looking back from the front wall of the house towards the kitchen, and then into a family room type area past the kitchen.
If I was standing in this photograph as it appears and I would walk left, would I be walking to the front door?
Yes,
Now, orient that there's a fireplace on that far wall down there, is that right?
yes,
Now, going to that fireplace and standing, is this the view you would see in 9, looking back?
correct.
Kind of moving the fireplaces to my back to the left, is this another view? So you see there's other doors going out to the other side of the house?
Yes,
Now, I'm not sure technically if you drive up the driveway and go through, if you could drive through the garage, that's kind of, to me, is kind of north. So you got the east side, which is the pond on, and the west side. But both sides of this house had a deck, is that right?
yes,
One over the pond is round, the other one's not.
correct.
All right. Looking at 11, where we're standing here, if I walk down this hallway, would the library or study room be on my right?
Yes,
And then was the door here to the left that's open? Where does that lead to?
that goes down to the basement.
Where this is at, I have the mouse, the hand. Did you find what you believe to be blood or blood droppings?
Yes, on the just closest to where the landing ends before you go downstairs.
And I believe they're about 12 steps down. There's a landing, you turn right, then 4 steps down. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you found, what type of blood evidence or evidence you found on those steps.
It appeared to be blood that possibly was attempted to be, or someone tried to clean it up, possibly. It was very dilute looking.
And then once you got on the floor down below, is this the basement where there's a bar?
Yes,
Now, if I walked out the steps and stood off the steps, the bar's in front of you,
yes,
and then kind of to the right is the living room area.
yes,
This is Thrasher 13. If I'm standing what I call those the American doors, they kind of just slide like this.
yes,
You know, I call them the American doors. If you slide, if I'm standing in front of those doors, looking back to the steps, is the steps right here where this pointer is?
correct,
And then this hallway, if you went down that, would that have been Gary's bedroom?
correct.
And if you came down this hallway, it would lead to his office,
And the media room,
media room, movie room.
yes,
Now, standing, number 14, if I'm standing kind of at the steps, this is the area here that we're going to be talking about.
yes. Had a couch and chair.
Now, this is from the internet for the house, but this is Thrasher 15. At the bottom of this photograph, what is here that I've got the pointer on?
The garage,
And then there's I guess a mud room and laundry room you're referring to.
Yes,
Porch, the front door here.
correct.
Standing at the front door again. You turn right, goes to what area?
The kitchen area,
You turn left, comes down to, I think there's a bathroom here.
yes.
Walk down hallway. What do we have here?
The study or library,
You go up the steps, you go to the second floor.
correct.
Deck on this left side if you're facing the front door, is that right?
Yes,
Deck on the right side, the big circular deck.
yes,
Is this where the fireplace is?
yes,
So go with the mouse. If you're walking along that deck, you could go, and there's a door here. It goes into the master bedroom.
correct.
Say 16. This is the second floor.
Correct.
Come up the steps. You have to kind of turn around 180, and then basically on this level is there two main bedrooms.
Yes,
One room here, then another room, and then a bathroom. Is that right?
correct.
Thrasher 17, when we're looking at the floor plans of the basement. Coming down the 12 steps, you hang around and go down the 4 here to the landing. Is that right?
Yes,
Walk up a little bit, and then you kind of go to the right, and there's, in this picture it says recreation room, but is this where the Farrises had the couches and things like that?
yes, there was TV in there too.
This bedroom was where Gary's bedroom was at.
Yes,
CPAP machine was in there.
yes,
Go down this hallway, hang a left, there's the movie room or media room,
yes,
and then here it says workshop, it was his office.
correct.
French doors here.
Yes,
Go back to the living room area, the American doors or the sliding open doors here.
yes,
And for reference, starting at the kitchen, down the steps, all the steps, and then there's going to be blood at the corner leading out into this area, you believe?
yes,
That was fact, not evidence.
I'll rephrase. When you come down the steps here,
yes,
was there anything leading from this area to this area?
yes. There were what appeared to be drops of blood.
And then this area, do you end up finding something collecting it?
Yes, there was a projectile.
$18, is that just a picture of the house?
Correct.
19, another picture.
Yes,
20, front door.
yes,
21, garage.
yes,
22, front door again.
yes,
23, showing the porch going around to the master bedroom.
yes,
24, a view looking at the pond.
correct.
25, looking back to the barn.
Yes,
26, this is looking back towards the house from over the pond, is that right?
yes.
27,
Barn.
28, inside the barn.
Yes,
29, inside the main house, the walking in the front door, seeing the stairs.
yes,
30, is this the master bedroom?
yes,
Notice the doors here that
Right.
walk out to the balcony, is that right?
yes,
Master bathroom,
yes,
keep going around. Now this is the bedroom upstairs, the main bedroom.
correct.
Then what I'm calling the kids' bedroom, the other guest bedroom upstairs.
Correct.
Bathroom. 37, library.
Yes,
38, I guess the dining room.
yes,
39, the other dining room. 40, the other deck.
correct.
41, 42, the kitchen.
Yes,
Going back down to the basement. And was this, these are pictures that were online, but was this how the house was mainly furnished when you were there?
Yes, generally speaking.
Now, Thrasher 47, we're getting into photographs that you took on July 5th, 2018, is that right?
Correct.
Tell the jury what we're seeing here. So this is when you're at the scene. Do you do this first, or do you do other stuff first?
Typically we do a brief walkthrough just to get, information from whomever was first responders is what typically happens. So we had walked around the back first, and then I came back and started photographing once tasked to do that.
This is the first one, I think, in your series. 47,
Yes.
48, 49. And what do we have down here? What type of livestock can you tell?
I think it's goats. Goats, looks like. I don't recall the goats from the time period, but they made it in my picture. So
All right. 50, what is this?
the front door, leading to the front door.
51, you're going to be walking, I guess, around the east side of the house. 52, 53, 54, 55, 6, 7, 58, now to the other side.
Yes.
59, 60. Picture of, what's 61?
They had a chicken coop. It had storage too, I believe.
And then 67 is showing a walkway down to the basement area.
Yes.
Did you have information of where Gary was living in the house and where the defendant was living in the house?
I believe I was informed of that prior to going in, but I couldn't tell you exactly who may have passed that information along.
All right, 68, this is a picture of the stairs.
Yes.
This is if you walk in the front door and turn left, is this what we would see?
Yes.
And what is that down at the end? I think it's in the next picture, just a bathroom?
Yes.
Now, if you're standing at the front door and you turn right, is this the view that we see in 71?
Yes.
Now go and stand where you're at in 71 and kind of look to the kitchen. Is this how the house appeared? This is the state of the house when you came on July 5th?
Correct.
Opulent, lots of stuff there, nice things.
Very nice.
73, still the kind of kitchen area.
Yes.
74, looking back to the front door. Uh, 78, I noticed you got a dog in the picture there.
I did.
Yeah. 79. So we just walked through the house. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary on the first level there?
Just the blood droplet at the top of the stairs.
Now we're going to move upstairs. No, this will be the master bedroom.
That's on the main floor, yeah. That's the
So let me
master.
back up to Thrasher 94. We're standing at the door, looking into the master bedroom. Is that right?
Yes,
The bed in the room,
correct.
the door,
Out to the porch. Hmm.
and then going around the room back to the door.
Yes,
We going into the bathroom now.
yes.
Now 108, are we on the back deck?
Yes,
111, this is outside of the master bedroom.
yes, yes. It's upstairs.
Beginning 115, we're going into, what room is this we're going to be looking at?
That's sort of a mud room. The door there leads into the garage, and then to the right is where the laundry room is.
So 115, that's the garage door.
Yes,
If I step down off this step here and turn right, this is the washroom.
yes,
And is this the state that you found things when you took photographs,
yes,
including what was inside that?
correct.
On states 116. The towels or whatnot in there. 117, door there, just in the
It
same
goes-
area as all of that.
Yes, yeah.
Then states 125, where are we at now?
In the garage,
Do you know this vehicle to be any of the people involved?
I think I was told it may have been Ms. Farris's vehicle. I'm not sure.
As we go through that, just the photograph of 130, what's this a photograph of?
Wells Fargo receipt, looks like from an ATM.
And what was the available balance there?
$11,046.85.
131, just more receipts?
Yes.
Looks like this is a receipt from Scottsdale Farm Inc.
It's a nursery.
All right, now, these 133, we're going to head upstairs. Is that what you were doing?
Yes.
$136, you stand at the top of the stairs. Is there a bedroom to your left and a bedroom to your right and a bathroom in the front?
Yes.
$141, did you learn that there were some grandkids basically staying over?
I did.
So we're going to be walking what I'm calling the kids' room.
Right.
There was, three beds in this room?
Yes.
This would have been on the right, I believe, and then the two on the left.
Correct.
Then in this room, looking at 145, I'm just calling it Amanda room because there's a picture of Amanda on the side here as reference. And then now going downstairs to the basement, this is 151. What do we have here?
That's the movie room, theater room.
There's literally a theater room.
Say that, repeat?
Literally, it was a theater
Yes,
room
yes.
to watch movies.
Yes.
All right, now 158. What door are we looking at in this photograph?
That's to his office.
So come down the steps to the basement,
Yes.
go a little bit to the right, go down the hallway. That's going to be his office.
You would have come down the stairs, take an immediate right, then a left past the bar, and go to the end of the hallway.
And you took photographs just of the office, how it was.
Yes.
And this was, what date were you doing this?
It was July 5th.
And he took a picture of the broken dish there.
Yes.
$177, standing at the office, looking back down the hallway towards the living room, if you would, in the
Yes.
bar. Down this hallway, what's going to be down here?
On the far end would have been his bedroom.
185, what do we have here on beside Gary's bed?
It's a CPAP machine.
This is 188. How long were you on the property processing everything? We went through it fairly quickly, but I imagine you were there for hours.
I arrived around 3:20 p.m. and then went past midnight. We probably left, I would guess, 1:30 in the morning, the next morning, somewhere around that time.
Long time.
Long time.
What I want to talk about now is, as we go through 189, you taking photographs and going to document what you believe to be blood and clean up.
Yes.
191, is there anything significant in this photograph?
Parallel, if the door were shut, there is a blood droplet what appears to be a blood droplet right there adjacent to the door if it was in a closed position.
How did y'all find it? How did you see it?
I believe in the initial walkthrough, we were told that there was some in that area. So we were just very careful about following, proper protocol and looking very carefully before we went forward.
From this area right here, the steps at the top and the kitchen leading down to the basement, is it, I think 12 steps down, is that right?
Approximately, yes.
192, 193, 194. Just closer up, so what you believe to be blood.
Yes.
195 has a photograph here of the steps. What catches your attention with these?
The first step, there's just what I would consider a very diluted possible blood stain. It looks the second white pattern from the right. There's an area there that appears to be stained.
All right, so 196. What are these spots here?
Those were darker. We were not sure as to what that was, but anything we would note anything that possibly could be blood stains.
197. Looking back at different angle. What do we have here?
Correct. The same. There's as you go down the stairs, there are similar dilute patterns and the dark stains on lots of the steps.
Okay, are you talking about these stains here?
Yeah. Yes.
So this right here, what is this to you?
That it could be a attempt at cleanup. It's hard to say.
And then these are other things you're saying
Yeah.
could be blood. Is it consistent with blood?
Yes. I mean, it's a little bit darker than I would think, but you can't know without possibly testing.
As we go on down, you're taking closer photographs of these droppings. Is that right?
Yes, you get one shot at a crime scene, so you photograph everything you can.
All right, 205. What is this pattern here?
Similar stains, but darker.
Now, how would you think that was consistent with blood being cleaned up?
Possibly bloodstain pattern analysis, different substrates, whatever the blood hits, it will react differently. So it, to me, does appear that there was attempt because it's a little bit broader than if it was just a drop.
207, same thing.
Yes.
208, same thing.
Yes.
And then 212, what do we have here?
Just more of the darker stains that we documented.
On 213, what do we see here?
If I'm standing at the bottom of the step, I am looking towards the bar, and to the right corner where the trim ends on the floor, there, I believe there was a stain there. Yes.
This is 214, we're talking about right here?
Yes.
234, we're coming back to the wall,
Yes.
and it's gonna be a little hard to see here, but what are you picking up here?
There is a stain, a single stain, looks like from the picture approximately a foot off the wall in the middle of the picture as you have it right now.
Right here?
Yes,
So I'm talking about right here.
correct.
.237, is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
Is that consistent with a blood pattern?
yes. The texture of the floor can change the pattern a little bit, but yes,
238, you're gonna come back and mark these with evidence markers, is that right?
correct.
So, but we're talking about this area of the floor.
Yes.
So as we get closer to 241, is this what drew your attention?
Yes.
Now, 242, we're here at, what is this thing here in the middle?
It's a floor lamp.
And what's behind it?
That would have been a chair.
And looking down at the side of the floor, what did you take a photograph of?
Just the blood stain adjacent to the floor lamp.
And then 244, another picture.
Yes.
All right. Thrasher 245, tell the jury why it's systematic, it's tedious,
Yes.
we've talked about that, the jury knows what's going on, but you take, I guess, bare photographs and you come back and mark them, is that what you do?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
You want to show the scene as you found it. So before you alter it at all, you take photographs initially. And then we will go back and mark items of evidence as we find them.
Here we got Thrasher 245, this photograph. Tell us, kind of for the record, from the light itself, where that in front of the ottoman with the marker 1, walk us through the numbering and where it's going to in the photograph.
Okay. So this is in the basement next to that floor lamp. Ahead at the end of the hall was his bedroom. To the right is the bar. So the bloodstain pattern, the drops seem to turn to the right and going, I can't say towards or away from, but the numbers follow a line that lead towards the stairs, and then up the stairs is how we numbered them.
The numbering, 1 starts on this end and 4, that is not, you're not saying 1 was here, then next, it's just.
No, I'm not.
Those are just markers.
Yes,
And you don't know if it started at 4 and came this way or started at 1 and went that way.
correct.
You just know it is what it is.
Yes.
Looking at 1, did you get a close up here for 247?
Yes.
Tell us, describe the what you believe to be blood and the pattern. What is there anything about that from your training experience that tells you anything?
I review these extensively, and if there is a fast motion of blood falling off of something, whether the object or person moving, it will create a distinct pattern with what you saw, the spines that come off the drop. So typically, if it's moving quickly in one direction, the spines will all typically be in that direction. These were more broad, kind of in all directions, which would lend me to think that it was a slower motion and it probably was dropping almost straight down. As I stated before, the texture of what it's falling on affects things too.
2, same thing, is the same similar type?
Yes.
This is 254. What do we see with this evidence marker 2? Evidence marker 1, now evidence marker 2. Ian?
It's just multiple smaller drops. No real directionality in them.
Again, just you think just straight down
seem
almost?
to be, unless there's a distinct speed to it, they'll generally just look more round.
Now 3, this is evidence marker 3 or EM3.
Yes.
Anything distinctive about this one?
I've looked at that one, and it, as far as a height goes, that can make a difference. The higher or the more blood volume, it can cause a bigger drop. So the spine's extended further out.
Anything about it being bigger than the other ones in the size relation?
Yes, so possibly more volume.
And then 4 by the corner there.
Right. Similar, it was a little bit bigger drop as well. There's a void in it. Voids can be from various things. I do know he was potentially shot in a rib. So in that, if someone is shot in a rib or shot in the respiratory system, you can also get the
Judge, I think she's about to go outside of her expertise.
Okay.
She testified to sustain.
So when you see this spot here, is it different than the other ones?
a little bit. It has a void in it.
And it is located closest to the steps, is that right?
That one was, I believe, at the other corner, the one near the hallway that went down to his bedroom.
Let me back up and see. The bar here, and then right here, is this the corner here?
Yes.
All right, 260, we've got some markers here back on the steps, just showing things you saw on the steps that you thought could be consistent with blood.
Correct.
Seven, is that consistent with a cleanup, I guess?
Possibly, yes.
And then spots 8 and 9 up the steps.
Yes.
And 10 at the top of the steps.
Correct.
I'm beginning at Thrasher 279. Drawing attention now to this ottoman. Did law enforcement, was it pointed out to you that something was on the floor?
Yes, one of the detectives had come in, and while we were, Lieutenant Ballard and I were attending to the blood drops, they started looking through the room for he was looking for a possible projectile, and it was found there adjacent to the ottoman.
Do you want to? And did you collect that projectile?
Yes.
As it states, Thrasher 289, we just look at that, any gloves or anything? Want some gloves?
If you have some, if not,
I'm not sure if we have any. If you just want to lift the just the box, if you just lift the box, that's fine.
okay.
All right, if I can take that. Judge Arturo Davis now states 289.
Okay.
Madam Bailiff, you'll check the jury room. I'm pretty sure there's some in there last time we looked for some. Either on the counter or underneath in the cabinet.
Judge, is there a way to switch over?
Scissors, we need-
I've got it, I just want to go to the other
Yeah,
one.
tell me what you want to do.
All right, just go to Elmont. There may be some gloves in the cabinet, they were saying.
No. Well, we found them in the jury room last time we needed them. Let's let them take care of it.
Okay.
I'll tell you, all I want you to do is if you take your gloves, I'm gonna hand it to you. If you can just lay it out flat, like just
Okay.
in the center for me, and then tell me, put it on. Oh, thank you. Is that the line? I think we're good, Judge. We're just trying to get so you can see it. That's perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Raise your eyebrows. You look a good sized forehead.
All right, so this is, as we're going to go back through the pictures, but this was the bullet. I think the technical term is a projectile that was found on the floor.
Correct.
And was that properly maintained and stored and then sent to the GBI for testing?
Yes.
And was that the only projectile that you found or law enforcement found in the residence?
In the residence, yes.
And is this the shape it is in and the way it looks is pretty much how it was when you collected it from the floor?
I believe it had a little more of a red substance on it, but
Right.
yes.
All right, Judge, we can go back to the. What's that? Yeah. Turn it off. All right, 279. Right here where I have the mouse, the cursor, is that the projectile?
Yes.
280, a closer view.
Yes.
281, even closer.
Yes.
282,
Yes.
283. And then 285. Now, in relation to where the blood from the steps to where the projectile, was it kind of like a straight angle?
Sort of. It was on the other side of the lamp and a bit under the ottoman edge. But generally speaking, it was, you could construe that it's in the same area.
286, 87. Just another view of it. Now, at this point, when you find this, to your knowledge, had the bullet in the ribs already been found?
I would have to know. I don't believe so, but I can't remember the time frame. If I knew the metadata and the timestamp, I might could give you a better idea.
But you were not involved with the outside part, just the inside?
I did assist with raking some around the burn pile.
Now, when it goes to the blood trail from the steps down to the projectile area, I think you said there were 3 cleanup areas you noted?
Yes,
And then the rest were the droplets that you noted that we've seen.
correct.
For the on the blood trail on the floor, evidence marker 1, I think, and evidence marker 2, you took swabs from those, is that right?
Yes,
And then did you package those and send them off, maintain those, and then send them off to the GBI to be tested?
there were more swabs taken. At that time, I believe there were a total of, they were marked EM1 to EM10,
Right?
and I believe they were a total of 18.
Right, and then I think EM1, EM2, which turns out to be
Yes.
GBI item 14A and
Yes,
14C.
correct.
All I'm asking is, all the swabs you took, evidence marker 1, evidence marker 2, which is GBI 14A, 14C, those were sent to be tested.
Correct.
And do you know the results of that testing? We stipulate, you know they're back though, right?
Yes.
Okay. We'll get to them later on in the trial.
Okay.
And you help collect those, maintain those, and then also, I think you help baggage and transport everything as we talked about, and that's pretty much what you did on that day. Is that right?
Correct.
And then I believe on July 25th of 2019, about a little more than a year later, you came back. And what y'all come back to do?
There was known to be an area on the property that was used for just, I think, what I would assume would be recreational shooting targets type shooting. So we came back to look for and collect possible projectiles and or cartridge casings.
Just trying to match them up, see if you can match it to what was used in the murder.
Correct.
Did y'all collect a bunch of stuff?
We did.
I mean, how much stuff did y'all collect?
I don't recall the quantity of,
But a bunch of different casings, projectiles, and
Yes.
things like that.
yes.
And did you send all that to the GBI to be tested?
I don't recall, but if it's in the records, then we did.
Right. So some of the stuff you did send for testing.
Okay.
And I believe that's all you did outside of maybe helping with the burn pile, but that was really, I think, Investigator Shaw's
Yes.
task with that.
Yeah.
Judge, you might just have one moment. Judge, nothing else this time. Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Asher. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. I'm going to go ahead and bring these up to you. Please. You can look at these
Okay.
quickly and just see. Those are the photographs that, some of the other photographs that you took of the residence that wasn't up there. Go in.
Appear to be.
Okay. And those are fair and accurate representations of the photographs you took.
Correct.
Okay. So at this point in time, we can move to tenure and Thrasher defense 1 through 11.
All right, any objections?
No, Judge.
All right, you're admitted.
While I'm doing this, what's your title? Is it like investigator?
Crime scene technician.
That's a lot. I'll just call you Miss Thrasher. How about that?
Okay.
With this house, it's a fairly extravagant house, right?
It's fairly what house?
Extravagant. The furnishings on the inside.
Yeah.
I mean, it's expensive.
Sure.
Okay. Trying to figure out which one's mine. There we go. Measure. And we'll get to that stuff in just a second. First thing is, because you had testified on direct that you were relatively new back in July 5th, 2018, correct?
Absolutely.
And how long had you been on the job at that point? I missed that.
I don't recall when I finished my last class, but I had probably only been to a handful of scenes prior to that one.
Okay, so only a handful. How much time do you think you had actually in the field being a crime scene tech when you arrived at Purcell?
We did a 40-hour kind of practical type thing before we were signed off, but including that, I would say 70 hours.
And that'd be total?
Probably.
Okay. So about 70 hours in the field when you got there. So when you got there, I know you said that you were kind of working under Shaw and Bauer.
Yes.
Right? Who was actually in charge of the crime scene technicians on July 5th, 2008?
Due to rank, Lieutenant Ballard would have been, but Sergeant Shaw, I think they divided tasks because it was such a large property.
Okay,
So I'm not privy to who decided what.
Okay, so essentially both of them were in charge.
Yeah,
Okay, so you could take orders from either one of them.
absolutely.
Okay, and who was it, Shaw or Ballard, that assigned you your duties? If you don't know, that's fine.
I believe it was Lieutenant Ballard asked me to go photograph the house.
I think it was Ballard? Okay. All right, first thing I want to go over with was what was Mr. Fogus's Thrasher number 3? Oh, yeah. Because you had walked the property originally, right? But before you started doing your photographs and things like that?
I walked around the house. I did not go to the barn.
Yeah, you didn't go to the barn, but you went around the back of the house and
Yes.
you went over to the barn pile, right?
Yes,
Okay, and so if I'm standing here, you can see on the left side of State's Thrasher 3 that there's kind of a dam leading over the lake, right?
yes,
And from that dam, you can actually walk straight down or straight essentially toward me and go to the burn pile, correct?
it appears so.
Okay, and on the other side of the dam is the barn. You're that familiar with
Yes.
the property, right? Okay. Now I want to show you Thrasher 15. Okay, so the blood drop at the top of the stairs that you talked about.
Yes,
I've kind of got my, well, it would be a cursor, but now it's a hand. So it's somewhere around where the hand is clicking, right?
yes,
And that is that solitary single drop, right?
correct.
Okay. Did you actually swab that drop?
I can't tell you for sure. I don't, from the way I remember the evidence being marked, we use the evidence markers and on the property or the evidence items. So to my knowledge, I can't say yes or no, but me in particular, no, I would say. If it was, I don't know if it was ever swabbed.
Okay. You definitely didn't do it.
No.
Okay. And do you recall, because I learned through this case that, and if you're not familiar with it, just say I'm not familiar with that. They've got these, I guess they look like little pregnancy tests, and they kind of come up with lines or a plus, and they can use them for preliminary blood testing.
Blue Star OBTI.
Okay. Did you do that on that solitary drop at the
No.
top of the stairs? Okay. And you didn't do, since you mentioned it, you didn't do any Blue Star testing in the house at all?
I did not.
Okay. Now let me. I'm going to come back to 16. Show you 6. So is the 46 the basement photo that you took?
That
Yes.
that photo in particular is not.
It's not your photo.
It's not my photo.
That is that a photo from one of the Zillow photos, maybe?
It possibly is.
Okay, so you didn't take this photo.
I did not.
Okay. It looks similar to some of your photos, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Such as the ottoman, the blanket on the ottoman, the little blue table thing here.
Yes.
All of that is in some of your photographs too,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And Thrasher 68. Okay. This is leading upstairs.
Correct.
Okay. Whose stuff is this?
I do not
This
know.
here at the bottom.
That was a picture. That's my task, is taking pictures of the scene as I found it when I walked in.
Okay. So you don't know, this ain't yours.
That's not mine.
Okay. You don't know what it is.
No.
Okay. Now you would also see your number 130. you had taken photos of Melody's car, right?
Yes.
The Toyota. Did you also take any photos of Gary's car?
That was the only car I took photos of.
Okay. Do you know if any of the other techs took photographs of Gary's car?
I do not recall. I don't know.
Okay. If you don't know, that's perfectly fine. Now, number 194, I think. So that's the blood drop at the top of the stairs,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And this is also the top of the stairs, and this will be Thrasher 195.
Okay.
So, and I'll just look all of the stairs. You didn't take any swabbings or anything from any of the suspected blood drops on the stairs.
I did not.
You didn't.
The markers, I know the evidence was labeled EM1 to EM10.
I'll get to that when we get down
Okay.
the stairs. But at least, let's just say that first set of 12 steps that go down to the landing,
Right.
right? All right, you didn't take any swabs of any of that suspected blood, right?
I did not.
And there was no preliminary testing done on it either.
Not that I know of.
And to the best of your knowledge, the carpeting wasn't removed, so it could be sent off to be tested either, was it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Let me just get. One thing here you can see in this photograph, and this is 213. See how the floor, how on this side and over here, that one could be shadow, but it looks like the floor is kind of dusty.
Possibly. I mean, there is debris on the floor, and they have a dog.
Okay. Exactly. And how many dogs? I think Mr. Fogus had asked you. How many dogs did you see in the house?
I saw one.
Just one? Okay. $279. First off, that little dot right there where the mouse pointer is, that is the projectile, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who first told you about the projectile?
We started looking, as I stated earlier, Lieutenant Ballard and I were attending to the blood drops. Sergeant Kuykendall came in and started looking, and he was the one that found it.
Kuykendall found it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, did Kuykendall move that ottoman at all to find that bullet?
I don't know for sure.
He could have.
Could have.
Okay. Because it's right on the edge of the carpet and almost close to being underneath the ottoman where it is in this photograph of 279, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to come back to these real quick. Let's back. I'm going to come back to the bullet in just a minute. Now, so even though I know your main task was just taking photographs, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and documenting everything. Did you see any blood on this chair on the right hand of States 279?
I don't recall seeing any.
Okay. But if you would have documented it, right?
If I saw it, I would have documented it, yes.
There's no blood on the blanket, the ottoman, the little end table?
Not at the time. I did not notice it at the time. The scene was held for 3 more days, so, and I did not go back out, so I don't know if anybody re-examined that after the fact.
Okay, I'm just talking about what you did. So you didn't see anything. Mm-hmm. Okay. And the rug, the coffee table, no blood found there.
Not.
Okay.
No.
And if you let me zoom in here. talk about this one, 281. You don't see any blood in this photograph, correct?
I did not at the time.
But you can also still see the debris and stuff on the
Yes.
floor. Okay. You also don't notice any. I'm trying to think of the way to phrase it. There's no impact marks, right? There's no hole for the bullet, right?
At that time, we had not noticed any,
Okay.
so I don't know what was searched after.
Okay. Okay. But at least in this photograph, there's no impact, like there's no skid marks or anything from a bullet.
Not
There's
in
no
that
hole
area.
or anything in the floor.
Not in that area.
Did you find any bullet holes in the basement?
In the time I was there, I did not.
Okay. And while I've got it, because the way that it was kind of done, this, see the red tip on the projectile?
Yes.
Now, how familiar are you with projectiles?
I mean, there's so many different types of ammunition and
There are.
rounds. It's hard.
Well, I'm not going to ask you about that.
Okay.
That red, where the little hand
Yes.
is that's not like tissue or blood or anything,
No.
right? It's actually a red polymer, correct?
Right.
Okay. It's actually part of the bullet.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta, on one side, I just gotta flip through till I find. Jeff, off the top of your head, do you know where it's 1, 2, 3, 4, that photo? Oh, there we go. I got it. There we go. I knew I'd get to it. 251. All right, so position 1 there, when you because we use some different terms, you keep saying like EM 1 and 2, and I know what you're talking about, and make sure the jury understands. You say like EM 1, we're talking about that one solitary blood drop next to the lamp, right?
Yes.
And EM 2 is what is marked on the screen right in the middle of it is number 2.
Yes.
All right. Now those 2 spots you did take swabs of.
Yes.
Okay. And those you package those up and send them off to the crime lab.
Right.
Right. All right. 3 and 4, and then we know going around the corner or going back up the stairs where placard number 5 is, not swabbed, not tested, not taken. To the best of your knowledge, you didn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, past number 1 here, if we go, actually, let me do it this way. That down. It's number 15. Yeah, number 15. 15. 17. So, going back to state 17, the diagram of the house. So, and I'm just speaking kind of roughly. So around here, kind of in the middle to the right, where the little hand is, that is where that number 1 blood drop was found next to the lamp, right?
Yes, a little bit forward of where you have it, but yeah, generally.
In this just general area.
Yes.
You didn't find any more blood leading to. We've had a joke about this case for a while. I think these are what we're calling the American doors, right here on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Correct.
So there wasn't any additional blood leading that way, correct? That you found?
No.
Okay. There wasn't any blood leading back to the workshop, which is where Gary's office was?
Not that we found, no.
Okay. And there was no blood leading down the hallway toward Gary's bedroom?
Not that
Correct.
we found.
And then, yet again, the suspected blood that you testified about regarding the stairs was never tested?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And the blood at the top of the stairs, you don't recall if it was swabbed or not?
I do not.
Okay. Let me pull up my stuff, and while I'm doing that, When y'all went back out over a year later,
Yes.
who sent you out there?
I was asked by Sergeant Shaw to go. It sounded like at the behest of the DA's office, possibly to see, but I wasn't privy to those conversations, so.
Okay, so maybe somebody at the DA's office. And do you recall when was it you and Eckhart went back out there?
No, there were, it was me and Shaw, and I believe there were several others.
Okay. And you had just collected up essentially a bunch of fragments, bullets, projectiles, and gathered them up and sent them off to the crime lab.
We used metal detectors to find them. There was also a tree that was apparently where a target was leaned up against the tree at some point in time.
What was that leaned up against the tree?
Probably a target that was.
Oh,
I
okay,
think,
yeah. So somebody told you to go and you went.
Absolutely.
All right. All righty. Now, Thrasher Defense 1, did you take this photograph? Because I don't want to confuse you because, Zillow photos get mixed in with other ones.
That does not look like a photo I took, I don't think, but I can't be for sure.
Okay. But you would agree that's the house you were in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see that, we'll just presume that this is around July the 5th. There's nothing wrong. There's no damage or anything. You didn't note any damage in your report anywhere in the basement, right?
I don't recall any.
Okay. And number 2, that's just showing the same
Okay.
view, except you can see the ottoman and the table again. And yet again, you didn't find any damage in the chair or the ottoman or anything like that.
I did not.
Okay. Yet again, same thing in 3 and 4. Apparently, you have to pay money to make Adobe want to rotate pictures easily. That is not a free feature.
Anything extra for that?
And this photo too. And one of the things is on that coffee table that was there. There was all these candles and things like that, right?
Yes, I think there was a remote in that dish, maybe.
Yeah, dish, and you can see there's like a vase there, got a glass or what looks like glass or ceramic lamp too. And you said that, and like while you were there examining that, you didn't see like no broken furniture or anything like that, right?
No.
Same thing, just a different angle. Now here, this is leading to Gary's office, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the doors that I had mentioned, is that where the American doors are, or is that the French doors? All right, so the American doors are over here, and that last blood drop is kind of right in the middle of this photograph, right next to the lamp, right?
Yes.
Okay. And yet again, no blood going this way, toward or down in the photograph, no blood to the left.
None that we found.
Okay. Now this photograph, do you recall, and I'll ask you why in a moment, but do you recall if you specifically took this photograph?
I think I may have. I'm not sure. It's dark outside, so when I was photographing part of these, it had
gotten
gone
dark?
past dark. Yes.
Okay. Because I want to ask you about, when you look at this one, if you look at the other ones, everything is relatively in place, right?
Yes.
All right, and
The
then this one,
the ottomans moved.
yeah, so in this one, if you look at the bottom, the ottoman's moved, that
Yes.
blanket is now on the couch, the pillow
Yes.
on the right-hand side of the screen has been, for some reason, taken off the couch. Did you move those things?
I did not. I believe Kuykendall continued to search once we found the projectile. Once
Okay.
he found it.
Because here's another question, because I can't see it, because when you put down the placards, I don't know when that was. So I don't know if this stuff has been moved before these placards have been put out. You understand?
Right.
So is it before or after? Because I don't know. Is this how the room looked when you walked in? Or did it look
No,
put together?
the ottoman had not been moved when I walked down there the first time.
Okay, so it was over here like it is in the other photographs. Okay. Do you have any idea why Kuykendall would move like the pillow and the blanket and stuff like that?
To look under the cushions and
Okay.
things.
And you were you there when he did that?
I think I was still down there, but we were taking blood swabs is a tedious task that takes a long time. So
Okay. And well, since Kuykendall's down there moving thing, did you notice or find any additional blood drops, bullet holes, projectiles, anything like that?
I was not informed if they did.
Okay. Number 5. Number. And that's just a different angle, right?
Yes.
Okay. Show you Thrasher 9. Okay, that's just the same placards that we had seen,
Yes.
that you had put out. And number 9 is just going to be a photograph of the blood droplet. Right? Now, did you actually? I don't mean this in a sarcastic way, but did you actually look at the floor, like going down the hall toward the workshop, toward Gary's office? Like actually going like, hey, I'm starting at 4, blood drop, 3, blood drop, 2, blood drop, 1, blood drop. Did you keep going? Like,
Yes.
hey,
Yes, we would have looked for a continued path.
Exactly.
Right.
So that is a logical assumption, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't find that.
No.
Okay. It stopped at 1, or began at 1,
Right.
or it may not be connected at all, right? One second, Judge. Hold this 1 second. Mr. Ashton, a couple more quick things. With the, maybe I can pull it up, I don't know. With the blood drops, with that numbering pattern, you and Mr. Fogus talked about it briefly. How did you come up with that numbering pattern? Like, why is this 1, I guess is my question. Why isn't this top of the stairs 1?
There's no real reason other than that's where the curvilinear pattern was. It did not have, we were not stating, as we said before, that is where we thought it began or ended. It just was the easiest path. It appeared to create a path of some manner.
Okay, so fair to say you were in the basement and you had your placards and was
You
like,
would
hey,
be-
there's blood drop number 1.
You would be correct.
Okay. So basically just the easiest way to do it.
Yes.
Okay. So now you've been, I know you were relatively new when you first started. Now you've been doing this, what, another 6 years?
Yes.
Okay. Learned a lot more,
Whole lot more.
gotten a lot better.
Yes.
Now, would it be reasonable, now, if you went out to Purcell Lane, that you would have been swabbing all of those spots?
I would have probably swabbed more, perhaps, but I was, as I stated, I was new and was following the lead of who I was working with.
People.
And it was a large scene, so that was held for several days.
Yeah, was it, because it was a large scene, because there was a lot of people there, weren't there?
Yes.
While you were there, how many investigators do you think were there?
Between investigators beyond the crime scene unit, 5 or 6, I really couldn't, I stayed in my area generally, and don't know who was called in and exactly where they were.
Would it be a fair assessment that, it's fairly a chaotic scene, a lot going on, a lot of people running around?
I wouldn't call it chaotic. It was
Busy could be a better word.
busy.
Okay. A lot going on?
Yes, you have to, but, there were people that have been doing this a long time and were in charge of making sure it was constructive work.
But you also had Miss Eckhart here too, right?
Yes.
You and her were kind of doing this together?
Yes, she was with me as I took photos and took some notes, and then she did more at the burn pile than I did.
Okay. And one or two more questions. With since this,
Yes.
over the course of your career now, have you ever had to take something from a crime scene, such as, I need to take up this piece of flooring or this piece of carpet
Yes.
to send it off from the crime lab?
Yes.
You have done that?
I don't know if I've taken carpeting, but I've cut pieces of wall before to find.
Okay,
things.
cut the drywall out?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this case, just for example, you could have, or your superiors could have cut sections of the carpet out to send it off for
It's
testing.
always a possibility, yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Technician Thrasher, let me just go back through some so we can get on the same page here. All right, do you see these are Thrasher? We begin with 1, and we go all the way to Thrasher 65.
Yes.
Let me make sure I get this. All right. All right, Thrasher 47. So we get from 1 to 47. Those are where your photographs begin, right?
Yes,
The
47.
ones up to that are from realtor.com, whatever it is.
Yes.
All right, so the jury's not confused. 1 through 46 are things that were taken from online, and then yours begin at Thrasher 47.
Correct.
And then you also took the ones that the defense put up, the ones that he showed, except for one that may have been from that previous.
Right.
Now, when you were there and asking questions, the defense was asking questions about the numbering, and if you had done things differently or gone back. Everybody probably would do things differently in many ways. I mean, would that be fair to say that in some
Absolutely.
cases you were like,
Yes.
I'd do this or that? But when you look at what you believe to be blood in the basement,
Yes.
Thrasher 251. When you look at those placards and you saw the blood there, as you were, fair to say, all right, we're down here in the basement with evidence marker EM1. We're going to put it right here and we're going to work our way because 9 is back at the top of or 10 is back at the top of the
Right.
stairs, right? While you were looking at that thing, did all of a sudden did you go, oh my goodness, that blood doesn't look like that blood, or that was totally different than that?
No, I did not.
Did anything go, I'm just, that was really old, this one's really new?
No.
Did it ever cross your mind that these things weren't connected or related, or one was out of place as another one wasn't?
No, it did not.
And EM1, evidence marker 1, evidence marker 2, that those were taken and tested, and we're going to get the results of that test to see if it matches anything else down there too, right?
Right.
And if you did it over and you swab that blood, it's either his blood or someone else's blood.
Right.
I guess it could be not blood, but definitely the ones that were tested, they're going to come back to wherever they are, right?
Right.
That's all I have, Joe.
Anything else? All right, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You got a short witness, or you want to take a break?
Longer with
All right, let's take we'll try to keep the 5-minute recess to 10 minutes. And y'all can step out and use the other jury room. And I'm going to come down and mess with the mouse. So y'all can use it as a